Yo, 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 yo. What's cracking? What's cracking, man? We got a great show for you tonight, man. I mean, we got a great show for you tonight. You heard me? A phenomenal show for you tonight, man. Yeah, we are in the building. You heard? Um, it's cracking. Okay, Ock Nation is cracking tonight. Everybody hit that like button, man. Everybody hit that like button, man. We got so much updates on stories, things that been going on. Plus, we got a brand new weekend of let's just say um get your coffee, okay? Get your coffee. Get your coffee ready. Oh yeah, you can show. Yeah, that's what I want. This is a new feature too. This is a new feature that this is a new feature that they have on StreamYard. They allow the view. I can put the put this chat on the screen. Tell me how y'all think about that, man. I might put a poll up. I might put a poll up for that. I just might do that. Yeah, I might put a poll up for y'all to hop on. Um, no, yeah, I don't know what's up with Rumble. I'm sorry. Rumble is no longer. Rumble is no longer. For some reason, Rumble is no longer allowing. It's no longer working with Streamyard. And Streamyard is my streaming platform. So I guess I'm just SOL. Um, when it comes to that, man, I'm upset about that. I'm trying to figure out an alternative. I'm trying to figure out an alternative, but haven't yet been able to think of a great way. Oh man, sorry. Oops, I put the wrong god darn. I don't know. what happened to Rumble. I don't know what happened to Rumble. I'm trying to work it out, but it just seems like I looked online. Other creators are having a problem with it too. They can't figure it out. So it may be Odyssey or BitChute or something. Y'all give in the comment section and tell me what you think is the best platform I should use as my backup platform. Now that Rumble isn't, I don't know. I may start Twitch. I may have to start Twitch streaming, man. Twitch seems good. I don't know if my computer supports Twitch, but I've been trying to go Twitch, but for some reason I can't. For some reason I haven't been able to get on there. I have to figure that out too. I have a Twitch account. I get up to the point where you wanna I gotta spend a day, just I gotta spend a day just dealing with all that stuff. So Kick, yeah, I gotta spend a day. Yeah, something wrong with Rumble, man. Rumble's not. Uh Everybody hit that like button. Smash that like button. Smash the like button. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. So Lou, everyone hit that like button, man. Smash that like button, man. Smash that like button. Crash that like button. Smash that like button for me, man. Please.
Well, first at 5, Seattle police arrested 3 people they say are responsible for a trio of murders outside of a nightclub. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Matthew Smith.
I'm Hannah Kim. The shootings happened early Saturday morning in Seattle's Pioneer Square neighborhood. Again, 3 people died, including a teenager. 1 person is still in the hospital.
Fox 13's AJ Janavel has been talking to investigators about how they tracked down the suspected killers.
Investigators tell me a SWAT unit moved in Thursday night and arrested all 3 suspects at the same apartment in South Seattle.
This was a brutal murder that occurred.
For days, investigators searched for killers in the community, while the families of August Lestrap, Breon Dinesh, and 19-year-old Kaylani Harris.
Okay, you got two sons, and this one is a Hispanic. She's an hombrita. We saw her family the other day in Seattle. Seattle's 7% black. 7% black. Who do you think did this, guys? Because you can't make no assumptions, because Seattle's only 7% black. So you can't rush to judgment. You can't rush to judgment, man. Don't rush to judgment, guys. You never know. Don't be too quick to rush to judgment. All right, let's see, man. Let's see who did this. Let's see who did this.
For my daughter to have been killed in this way, it's not fair.
Waited for answers. On Thursday night, Seattle police say they found those answers.
I know that our SWAT team took him into custody and they made 3 exceptional arrests.
Detective Eric Munoz with Seattle police tells me investigators discovered all 3 suspects hiding out at this apartment complex in South Seattle. In the home, investigators reported they found 7 guns. In court on Friday, neither of the suspects appeared for their hearings. Court documents break down the violence that happened early that morning. Probable cause report says the suspects waited outside of Ohm nightclub in Pioneer Square, then ambushed the victims, firing dozens of rounds, hitting 4 people and killing 3 of them. The probable cause documents say surveillance video captured the suspects, not just during the shooting, but leaving the scene and at a convenience store earlier that night.
Oh my God, whoever this is cooked. Whoever did this is cooked. I'm talking about they're all already cooperating. When they said they just arrested him, they're already cooperating. Somebody's already snitching. There's no way out of this one.
Investigators said one of the accused shooters claimed he was in Oregon the day of the murders, but changed his story when he saw himself in the surveillance footage.
It's not fair. No one should be able to roam the streets that wants to pretend to be God and take the life of someone else.
Shooters claimed he was in Oregon the day of the murders, but changed his story when he saw himself in the surveillance footage.
Wow.
It's not fair. No one should be able to roam the streets that wants to pretend to be God and take the life of someone else.
Hey, if that's the case, if she calls that pretending to be God, maybe the 5%ers was right. Maybe black dudes is the gods. Maybe black men are the gods of the earth. Because we the only ones roaming the streets, shooting people in broad daylight. I know you're going to say, well, Hispanics numbers pale in comparison. Now, if you go to Mexico or Venezuela, yeah. But in America, their numbers pale in comparison to ours.
Police officials say they arrested 3 suspects in connection to these murders, but only 2 of them had hearings in court behind me. Officials with the prosecutor's office tell us they are still waiting for those charges to be filed.
Salute to everybody watching on Ock Nation Gold. We got Ock Nation Gold in the building, man. All the people over there watching on Ock Nation Gold, I salute you, man. I set up that channel, you know. That's another channel where you can watch me on. Salute to everybody over there. We're simulcasting All the comments are in the chat, though. All the comments are in this chat. Together, though. All the comments are together. All the comments are together. I see every comment from both channels. Sad situation in Seattle. Sad situation. And look, they actually hit the like button over there on Ock Nation Gold. We got 16 people watching, and we got 15 likes on Ock Nation Gold. Let me see what the deal is on Ock Nation TV, man. I mean on Ock Nation News. Let's see what the deal is on Ock Nation News. We got 85 watching and 72 like. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I got to tip my cap to you guys. 85 watching and 72 likes. So that's not bad, man. I got to tip my cap to you guys, man. Salute. All right. So, yeah. That's good, man. Continue to smash that like button. Continue. Make sure, Shiloh's up to 786, 72. Okay. 786, 72. It's slowed down. She probably made $6,000 this last week. Carmelo probably made $2,000 this last week. The fervor around, we'll get to that. We'll cover that in a second. Thanks for reminding me. Everyone continue to hit the like button right now. If you haven't hit it right now, triple murder in Seattle. They just arrested the killers. We're going to find out who the killers are.
Filed for that third suspect. Reporting in Seattle, I'm AJ Janavel, Fox 13 News.
I know that we're all going to die one day, but for my daughter to have been killed in this way, it's not fair.
For Christina Rivas, the senseless murder of her daughter Kehlani is too much to bear.
She's my first baby girl. She didn't deserve this. She wasn't a part of this altercation between them. She was just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Gunmen shot 3 people dead outside this Pioneer nightclub early Saturday morning and critically wounded another man. Police have been tracking them ever since.
The detectives were able to ascertain video surveillance footage in the nearby area, and that's what helped us identify these individuals.
That footage and other leads led to this apartment complex where heavily armed SWAT units took 3 men into custody.
But when I came in, the police van was here. There's another car, but the SWAT truck was there.
2 of those men had court appearances, and while they waived their right to appear, the judge found probable cause to hold them in custody anyway. Detectives are still working the case for the third man, who was also captured at this complex.
That third suspect, he is arrested for a DOC escape warrant. Detectives are working on his level of involvement.
The deadly gunfire outside this nightclub also sent rounds into surrounding businesses and shows the reckless disregard of the people responsible.
This has rattled the Pioneer Square community in Seattle because people look at that and think, is it safe? I hope those same people look at what police and prosecutors have done every day since the shooting happened.
Anybody that has any information, any witnesses, please come forward.
Joel Marino, Como News.
5 days after what police describe as a brutal killing in Pioneer Square, a SWAT team took 3 adults into custody at a South Seattle apartment complex.
I believe.
2 men waived their first appearance Friday and are being held for investigation of second-degree murder and second-degree assault.
What's the state requesting regarding probable cause?
Police say a third person yet to go before a judge is booked on a Department of Corrections escape warrant. 19-year-old Kehlani Harris was one of 3 people killed outside a nightclub. Her mom says they were in touch all night. She says her daughter was walking back to the car after a night out with friends.
She didn't even want to be there. You know, unfortunately, some of her friends kind of persuade her to go, and she didn't want to even be there.
He admits to law enforcement.
Prosecutors say surveillance video from the nightclub and Occidental Square helped police. The department previously asked the public's help to locate a black Tesla that could help investigators.
When I spoke with the detectives this morning, I didn't get any details regarding that involvement. I know that there was other video surveillance that allowed us to locate and identify these people.
Sounds like the
In court, a judge said one of the defendants has a warrant out of Oregon. The other defendant told investigators the group was in that state at the time of the shooting. He then changed his story and admitted to being in Seattle when he was captured in surveillance video.
And it's important that the judge acknowledge that. That's a key detail that I'm sure will also come up in the case as it moves forward.
A search warrant allowed officers to recover firearms from the apartment. Detectives are working to find out if they're the same guns used in the shooting.
There's ballistic testing, there's forensic testing. If they determine that there needs to be fingerprint testing, that'll all determine on the investigation and what the detectives decide.
Police say the case is still under investigation. Harborview Hospital says a fourth shooting victim.
As we told you at the top of this newscast, victims who were viciously attacked by a Northeast Ohio man are demanding justice tonight.
They say he
Okay, so before we get to that, man, they didn't show the pictures of the Seattle shooting suspects that was arrested. They didn't show them. They didn't show the suspects. But I have pictures of the suspects. I have some pictures of the suspects in the Seattle shooting, Pioneer Square shooting. I'm going to show you guys right now. That's one. There's one of them. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's one of them. Woo. Tonight's show gonna be a doozy, man. Tonight's show is gonna be a doozy, man. Support the channel, man. Take the pledge, man. Take the pledge. Support the channel. PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. We got another jailbreak too. We even got another jailbreak. We even got another jailbreak. Okay? We got another jailbreak. We got a lot going on tonight, man. Tonight is going to be an epic episode of Rock Nation. We are wow. Continue to smash that like button. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. So it was a Sun man that shot up those people in Seattle. We talking about And here go another one. I'm gonna show you another picture of another one of them that they found that shot up the people in Seattle. That especially that one girl whose mom was speaking. Here go another suspect. Here they go right here. These are shooters in the Seattle triple shooting. 7% black city. And they dealing with Negro shooting up people at the club in broad daylight, killing, triple murder, mass shooting at a club. They got to deal with that. They only got 7% black people. Unbelievable. Shout out to Bobby Digital. You know, that was one of my favorite albums. Bobby Digital is one of the most underrated albums of all time. Press one. Press one. Bobby Digital is one of the most underrated albums of all time. That joint, I might listen to that joint after the show, man. I haven't thought about that album since the 90s, man. I might literally go listen to that, even not after the show or tomorrow. That was one of my the RZA solo. That joint, man. What? Bobby Digital. That was my shit. He said, what about Prince Raheem? Ooh, we love you, Raheem. I like the Grave Diggers album. The Grave Diggers and Bobby Digital. You can keep that Prince Raheem shit, man. You know, you can keep that Prince Raheem shit, man. I like the Grave Diggers and Bobby Digital. That's my shit. But shout out to him, man. He had to do what he had to do to get his foot in the door, man. He had to do what he had to do to get his foot in the door.
As we told you at the top of this newscast, victims who were viciously attacked by a Northeast Ohio man are demanding justice tonight.
They say he showed no remorse, yet the judge released him. 19 investigator Mike Mason broke this story and now has the latest.
This man, Cyrus Walters, was in court here earlier this week, pleading guilty to brutally assaulting 3 men, all within the same month. However, the judge let him walk, and now his victims are outraged, and they want justice.
I'm ready to get in this cop car and face my time.
Listen, this is body cam footage of officers arresting Cyrus Walters last year for assault. Earlier this week.
Look at that nigga, man. Just look at that. Look at that primitive cave dwelling relic from a different time, man. Just smiling and shit after viciously assaulting 3 people for no reason. Randomly, too. I remember we did this story when it happened. This dude, wait till you hear what this dude did, man. I'm going to just let it play. I'm gonna try not to stop this one. This video is better if you just hear it straight through.
As we told you at the top of this newscast, victims who were viciously attacked by a Northeast Ohio man are demanding justice tonight.
They say he showed no remorse, yet the judge released him. 19 investigator Mike Mason broke this story and now has the latest.
This man, Cyrus Walters, was in court here earlier this week, pleading guilty to brutally assaulting 3 men, all within the same month. However, the judge let him walk, and now his victims are outraged, and they want justice.
I'm ready to get in this cop car and face my time.
Listen, this is body cam footage of officers arresting Cyrus Walters last year for assault. Earlier this week, Walters was released from jail after he admitted to brutally assaulting 3 men.
I was fairly certain he was trying to kill me.
Walters viciously attacked David Dudley last year in downtown Cleveland. Dudley's a criminal defense attorney who was here on business. He represents clients from across the country.
I have been in front of over 1,000 judges.
But the one who's baffled him the most is Judge Cassandra Collier Williams. Earlier this week, Cyrus Walters pleaded guilty.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. Yo, if you a criminal, man, this is like almost like when you go to court and you see a sister judge, it's like, yes. I mean, like, between the WNBA, between the black women congresswomen, the black women police chiefs, the black women judges, yo, man. Yo, I know listen. Golly, man. It can't just be a coincidence, man. I know coincidences. I'm aware of coincidences. You know, I'm not a conspiracy theory. I believe shit just happens. There could be coincidences, but it's hard for them to be that bad at so many different things, man. And even when they're not bad, it's their bias. Even when they're not bad, they're biased. They're either bad or biased. Press 1. Sisters are either bad or biased. Jeez, or both.
He was trying to kill me.
Walters viciously attacked David Dudley last year in downtown Cleveland. Dudley's a criminal defense attorney who was here on business. He represents clients from across the country.
I have been in front of over 1,000 judges.
But the one who's baffled him the most is Judge Cassandra Collier Williams. Earlier this week, Cyrus Walters pleaded guilty to assaulting 3 men, including Dudley.
He ran towards me and kicked me in the ribs and my shoulder, and then multiple times in the back of the head.
Dudley suffered severe contusions and a broken shoulder.
This guy is unpredictably violent.
During Walters' bench trial this past Monday, Collier Williams reduced his felony charge to a misdemeanor, allowing Walters to walk the streets of Cleveland once again.
Judge Williams didn't even put him on any kind of supervision. The prosecutor was shocked at that.
Shocked, he says, because when Walters addressed the court, he failed to take responsibility for his actions.
He neither apologized to me nor any of the other victims he acknowledged attacking. He showed.
So this nigga came in court, took no accountability, refused to apologize, and goddamn Judge Boone Shika let him off and didn't even give him an ankle monitor. Come on, sister. You could have at least given. This is some new shit. We used to the sisters letting them off, but they at least give them an ankle monitor. And then, of course, the son man gonna do whatever the fuck you want. He gonna violate the ankle monitor about 1,000 times, and she ain't gonna do shit. But that's fine. But at least you gave him an ankle monitor. At least you tried. This sister's like, man. They stretching the game out. They etching your name out. Put Boone Shika on top. let criminals out nonstop. It's the hard knock life. Jesus.
Walk the streets of Cleveland once again.
Judge Williams didn't even put him on any kind of supervision. The prosecutor was shocked at that.
Shocked, he says, because when Walters addressed the court, he failed to take responsibility for his actions.
He neither apologized to me nor any of the other victims he acknowledged attacking. He showed no remorse, not one shred of remorse.
I feel the judge let us down.
We'll call this man Tony. Surveillance video captured Walters beating on him in Tower City.
Broke my glasses, and also I had a few knots on the back of my head. I had a ring around my eye.
Tony says he's devastated by the judge's ruling.
She's just getting time served, which is, I think, ridiculous because I feel he's a menace to society.
After assaulting Tony, Walters was arrested and released the next day to attack once again. This time, he injured a man near Whiskey Island so severely, he required stitches.
I ain't do no crime, bro. We've been walking this whole time.
Once again.
So this guy, think about it, man. He's begging, as the liberals would call it. He's begging for help. You know, a lot of liberals would say he's begging for help. They won't even help him. They won't even help him. He's begging for help. Shout out to my man TCT, man. He said, here's for another good show. Salute to you, man. TCT, Op Nation Hall of Famer. He assaults somebody viciously, goes to prison. They give him, goes to jail. They let him out the next day. He does the same thing, goes to jail. They let him out again. Like he's asking to be. He does not want to be part of society. He's begging, please remove me from society. And they just won't do it. And you can't tell me it has nothing to do with race.
After assaulting Tony, Walters was arrested and released the next day to attack once again. This time, he injured a man near Whiskey Island so severely, he required stitches.
I ain't do no crime, bro. We've been walking this whole time.
Once again, Walters was arrested and released. That's when Dudley turned to 19 Investigates for help.
There was no detective on this case until right before the story ran, when they found out it was going to run.
We obtained video from the city's surveillance cameras showing Walters stumbling down the street after Dudley's attack.
By placing that on your news report, we were able to find him.
Tony identified Walters from our report, and police arrested him once again. He was again released, then rearrested. This time, Walters spent 2 months in jail until earlier this week when Judge Collier Williams let him go with time served.
The judge gave him the absolute minimum sentence that was available.
He's going to be out there doing the same thing again.
Walters was arrested again yesterday, just 2 days after being released. He now faces...
Jesus Christ. Boone Shika let him out and he got arrested 2 days. I wonder, does she feel stupid, guys? Do you think she feels stupid? After he assaulted 3 people, and I mean, we talking about serious injuries. One of the dudes looked like he mentally fucked up after. And she let him out. You know, he was in jail for 2 months. He had his court date, and then she let him out. And then he got arrested 2 days later. Do you think Boone Shika feels bad? You think Boone Shika regrets it? Judge Boone Shika? You think Judge Boone Shika regrets it? Come on, Judge Boone Shika.
Williams let him go with time served.
The judge gave him the absolute minimum sentence that was available.
He's going to be out there doing the same thing again.
Walters was arrested again yesterday, just 2 days after being released. He now faces some minor charges in Garfield Heights. We tried to contact Walters and the judge, and both the prosecutor and public defender's offices, but so far we haven't heard back.
Everybody, right now, wherever you are, smash the like button. I don't care if you're in Jersey. I don't care if you're in Hawaii. I don't care if you're in Timbuktu. Smash the like button right now if you have not. Share this video on social media. Share this video on social media, man. Everybody's giving up on black fatigue, man. We banging the black fatigue drum, man. You niggas ain't off the hook, man. Give me 3 Z's, man, if you ain't ready to let these niggas off the hook. Give me 3 Z's if you ain't ready to let these niggas off the hook with black fatigue, man. Even though everybody else has moved on, man. I ain't ready to let you niggas off the hook, man. I ain't ready to let you niggas off the hook, man.
In Cleveland, Mike Mason, 19 News.
Time and time again, parties at short-term rentals, they sometimes end in violence. What should be a celebration turns into a crime scene. This is something that we have seen far too often across our city.
If she was honest, she would have said time and time again, short-term rentals involving black people end in violence. Because listen, of 100 Airbnb parties that end in gun violence, 98 of them are black people and 2 are Hispanic. And we've been covering this for years, which is the reason why black people discriminate, black hosts, Airbnb hosts discriminate just as much as white Airbnb hosts discriminate on names. They look at the name, and if you got a black sounding name, they're less likely to allow you to rent their property. Short-term rental. We did the videos on it. And that was black fatigue. This study, the Harvard study was done probably in 2020 or something like that. Or 2021, something like that. That's the old black fatigue.
Time and time again, parties at short-term rentals, they sometimes end in violence. What should be a celebration turns into a crime scene. This is something that we have seen far too often across our city. Well, tonight, Airbnb is cracking down, trying to stop disruptive parties before they ever start. And they're using AI now to do it.
And this is a story you heard first right here on Fox 13 News at 10 last night. Fox 13 Sierra Jordan spoke with a mother who lost her son at a birthday party held at one of these rentals.
These changes to security may be welcomed by some, but for one mother I spoke to, it was a little too late. Her 21-year-old son was shot and killed at a birthday party at a short-term rental property back in February, and now she's hoping these changes will make a difference. Shooting after shooting, underage drinking, and even robberies. Short-term rental properties have now become places to have parties. Fox 13 has reported on how these parties can turn violent and even deadly.
Just went to show this young lady some love to support her for her 21st birthday. They're all getting ready to be 21, so it's a celebration. And he never returned home.
Nakia Brown told Fox 13 her 21-year-old son, Darion, was shot and killed at a short-term rental on North Michelle Street back in February.
The word Airbnb is triggering to me. Like, I would never go to one.
With Memorial Day and the summer season just around the corner, Airbnb is cracking down on parties. Last year, it blocked 51,000 rentals, and that may have turned into parties.
And they are using AI to make those changes.
In Memphis, thanks to this technology, last year, approximately 160 people were deterred from booking an entire home listing on Airbnb over the Memorial Day and 4th of July holidays.
Jessica McGraw is a communications manager for Airbnb. She explains the system looks at a range of factors. This includes how many people are staying, they cannot book 1 to 2 days, how far the guest.
Is their name goddamn Connor, Ian, or is it DeMarquavius and Deshaun? Or goddamn fucking, you can't even fucking think of no black name. This new generation of black names is going so far off the charts, you can't even fucking like make them up. I don't know how these sisters make these names up, but yeah, that's what they're looking for. Those names. Look at her and her. They both wouldn't want to rent to a nigga. Shout out to my man Baby King, man. Jaquante. She said Jaquante. Baby King in the building, man. Yeah, man. Is this it? Here it is. I'm gonna show y'all this. Let me show you this. Researchers inquired about rooms using names that sounded white or African American. This is how those hosts responded. When it was a white guest, and the red is white guest, and the black is white guest, and the red is the red. For some reason, the red is African American guest, and the black is white guest. This was 2016, Harvard Business School. That equally don't want black people in their white people and black people equally don't want African Americans renting their properties. And listen, I'm somebody, as y'all know, I have to get Airbnbs all the time. I was just in an Airbnb last week in Alexandria, Virginia. I had an Airbnb in Alexandria, Virginia, and I had to get this. I had to. My wife, she do that shit though. She does all that stuff, but she got a black sounding name too. But we got a good score on the Airbnb site. All the hosts leave us good reviews. We've been doing it for a while. But yeah, nobody likes niggas in their Airbnb. Nobody. Shout out to my man. Shout out to Gouch Merlot, man. Gouch Merlot in the building. Salute Op and Nation. Here is something to get the nation to Airbnb. Listen, man. And it's just as many black people that have black fatigue as whites. But I do wish that the black fatigue could have been a white movement. But then I said, you know what? And I said, you know what? Blacks, we had to hijack it, man. We hijacked that joint.
Are using AI to make those changes.
In Memphis, thanks to this technology, last year, approximately 160 people were deterred from booking an entire home listing on Airbnb over the Memorial Day and 4th of July holidays.
Jessica McGraw is a communications manager for Airbnb. She explains the system looks at a range of factors. This includes how many people are staying, they cannot book 1 to 2 days, how far the guest lives from the home they're renting, whether they're renting a whole house, and if the booking is last minute.
At the end of 2024, for example, we've seen a 54% decrease in the rate of party reports since we first introduced our global party ban in 2020.
For Brown, she is still grieving over the loss of her son and hopes this policy can create change to stop disruptive parties across the city.
That little nigga was involved, whatever got him killed. Whenever you see them little fucking dreads, that little nigga was involved in whatever got him killed. And I'm not saying that he deserved to die. And I'm not saying that, good riddance and no shit like that. But what I'm saying is that little nigga was involved in whatever got him killed. And he was probably giving it just as much as he was getting it. Press one.
Anybody can get an Airbnb. Anybody. I eat, breathe, and sleep justice for my baby because he should not have been taken away that way.
This is the 4th summer in a row Airbnb has used this policy. In Memphis, Sierra Jordan, Fox 13 News.
We're going to get to that in a second. Let me give y'all an update on that.
All right, some serious news. The man accused of killing 2 Israelis.
The shooting in D.C., the Israeli that shot up. I mean, the Hispanic, the hombrito that shot those 2 Israelis near the embassy in D.C. the other day. We got an update on that right quick. Then we're going to get into the main event. Everybody hit the like button if you're watching right now anywhere. I don't care where it is. Smash the like button right now. Right this second. I don't care where you are. Smash it right now.
All right, some serious news. The man accused of killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. could face the death penalty for what the Justice Department is calling an act of terrorism.
Mm-hmm. Madeline Rivera joins us now from outside the Capitol Jewish Museum with the latest. Madeline.
Good morning, guys. Investigators say the charges they brought against the suspect yesterday are only the beginning, and there could be more coming depending on the evidence.
This is a horrific crime, and these crimes are not going to be tolerated by me and by this office. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital. Now, we're going to continue to investigate this as a hate crime and a crime of terrorism.
So for now, 31-year-old Elias Rodriguez is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder along with firearm charges. Court papers present the shooting as calculated. Authorities say Rodriguez flew to D.C. from Chicago on May 20th with a gun. He told police he had bought a ticket for the event at the Capitol Jewish Museum 3 hours before it began on Wednesday. Surveillance video showed Rodriguez shooting the victims, 26-year-old Sarah Milgram and 30-year-old Yaron Lashinsky, both staffers for the Israeli embassy. As Milgram tried to crawl away, Rodriguez approached her and fired at her again, emptying out more than 20 rounds in total in the attack. He allegedly told police, "I did it for Palestine, I did it for Gaza, I am unarmed." Rodriguez was holding a red scarf identified by one witness as a keffiyeh, and as officers were escorting Rodriguez from the museum, he shouted, "Free Palestine." Moving forward, police will be speaking to the people who knew Rodriguez, trying to learn more about him. They'll be combing through his social media accounts and going through writings that are believed to have been published by him. They're also asking for the public's help to help fill in the gaps between May 20th, when the suspect arrived here in D.C., and May 21st, when that shooting happened at the Capitol Jewish Museum behind me. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
I just got to say, this guy is a coward because he shot him in the back, execution style. That's why he's getting charged with first-degree murder. Probably is going to get the death penalty. Has a manifesto that's out. But he targeted people that were directly trying to get aid to Gaza. So, I mean, if you have been condemning the Israeli government and you don't like the way that they're conducting or what you don't like about the foreign aid, this group, these diplomats were trying to get aid there, and you executed them.
Well, it's also, you know, with all this condemnation towards Israel, what is the appropriate response to a 9/11 type attack, which is what Israel suffered? What is the appropriate response? I mean, you look at just the first 6 months after 9/11 here, we dropped 1,228 cluster bombs with 248,000 bomblets on Afghanistan. You saw a huge displacement of people as a result. So what is the appropriate response when you have your women killed, when you have your children killed, when you have your people taken hostage? Like, what is the appropriate response for the people condemning Israel?
Yeah, and not just Israel's response to Hamas, but Americans' response here, or some are Americans, a lot aren't, to what Israel is doing has turned into all these pro-Palestinian, which are now pro-Hamas protests on universities where they're literally almost physically attacking Jewish students. Well, Trump administration says no more. Secretary no more is that universities need to get your act together. And the Trump administration has terminated Harvard's student visas.
Yeah, we're talking about, according to the data that they have, 27% of their population. I want to know why they're having 27% of international students when it's so competitive to get in this school. A lot of Americans want to go there. But all they've asked Harvard to do is turn over the video camera of all these protests and what was going on. Treat the Jewish population as you would treat any other population. Stop the blocking of the Jews from going to the class. And Harvard does not want to buckle. And this is just another way to hit their bottom line, Lisa.
Well, it's also, you know, I just love common sense, right? And if you're a country that wants to do harm to the United States, would you not use our universities as a way to try to do harm to the country? And look, over the past 4 years under the Biden administration, we talked a lot about illegal immigration, and clearly everyone's seeing the impact, and also that playing out a role in the election, with immigration being the second most important issue to voters. But now we need to have a conversation about legal immigration and who are we letting into this country, and what does that vetting process look like for some of these visas to allow some of these individuals to come to the United States who, by the way, hate us, hate our values, hate what we believe here. And why are we letting them into the United States, Joey?
Yeah, I don't think the Trump administration is going to tolerate it much anymore. These are some of the things that they're doing to put universities in check so that they actually care about this country. They've revoked the authorization to enroll international students. They've suspended $2.7 billion worth of grants and $1 billion for research partners, launched at least 8 investigations, asked the IRS to revoke the university's tax-exempt status. Now, understand that most of these universities, especially the Ivy League, I went to Georgetown. They have a multi-billion-dollar trust. It's not like these endowment. It's not like these universities are going to be bankrupt and can't provide scholarships. They said they're going to have to be more diligent in who they provide scholarships to, and they're going to have to dig into some of that money that's just actually, ironically, working in a capitalist system to earn more money for them, which is what they're doing with those endowments as opposed to taxpayer dollars.
The message is very simple. It's coming from the president. It's coming from the DHS secretary. Get your act together. Here's the secretary.
Harvard brought these consequences upon themselves. They have promoted and allowed violent activity on campus. They have allowed anti-Semitism, participation with CCP and Chinese infiltration and influence on their campus, and they haven't protected their students. This should be a warning to every other university to get your act together. Get your act together, because we are coming to make sure that these programs that you are facilitating an environment where students can learn, where they're safe, and that they're not discriminated against based on their race or their religion.
Well, and when we hear these chants on college campuses, and by the way, we've seen it throughout the country, not
From the
just
river
on
to the sea, free
globalize the
Palestine.
Intifada. Right. This is what
they
they're
have
asking.
meaning.
Lawrence, this is precisely what happened in Washington, D.C. the other day. This is what they were asking for.
That's right.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
News.
We are now monitoring two different jailbreaks in Southeast Louisiana, with the latest one happening yesterday in Amite. One inmate is seen on camera escaping from the Tangipahoa Parish Jail. And get this, it's the second time this inmate has escaped over the past year. Meanwhile, 5 inmates remain on the run from the Orleans Justice Center a week after that breakout happened. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm Sharice Gibson, and tonight we have learned another person has been charged for allegedly helping the Orleans inmates escape. Trevon Williams is already an inmate in the Orleans Justice Center. Investigators say he helped with the initial jailbreak. And a woman who allegedly helped 3 of the escaped inmates is sitting in jail on a $1 million bond. And today, NOPD arrested Casey Smith, who's on your screen, after they say she helped them drive around once they broke out. Alyssa Curtis was inside of the courtroom when the judge set Smith's bond. Alyssa, how exactly are they alleging she helped?
Well, Sharice, according to the Attorney General's office, Casey Smith admitted to driving some of the escaped inmates around days after they broke out of jail. There's been some inconsistencies with the number of inmates she helped, but today in court they said 3. Her lawyer, though, says that is not entirely true. According to the judge, the warrant says Smith was a co-conspirator with someone who received a phone call from
Damn, man. These the bust downs, man. The pretty girls was like, nah, man. I got options, man. These the lonely Jones, man. These Jones was lonely. They was happy to get a call in the middle of the night. Baby, who is this? It's Traviante. Traviante? I thought you was locked up. Nah, I'm out. I need help. I need you to help me real quick. I need help. I need you to come get me. Where you at? Down such and such by the swamp. Big ugly Joan hopped out of bed. She was down that bitch in 5 minutes. Traviante probably got some head and everything. Ain't even had to fuck. He probably got some head. He's probably like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I can't. I hurt my leg while I was escaping, man. Just give me some head. I can't position myself in this car right to hit that joint, man. Just give me some head. These joints, they really got the bust down joints. That's crazy. This what when them brothers be shooting people and they be on the run. This usually where they be at, a joint that look like this house. Lonely Jones, man. You don't be lonely.
Is Courtney Harris, and the two are allegedly cousins. The Attorney General's office says Smith confessed to helping the inmates yesterday, days after their escape last week. But Smith's lawyer says the person responsible is Courtney Harris, not Casey Smith. Her lawyer says Smith was simply in the car with her cousin, who got a call and later gave a few men a ride. Smith's lawyer says she didn't know who the men were, but the Attorney General's office says that is not possible as these men's faces were plastered all over national news. Again, the AG's office says Smith confessed to allegations that happened yesterday. I do want to point out that Courtney Harris was arrested Wednesday. The judge again set her bond at $1 million. Sharice.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. So every minute counts, Matt, as this massive manhunt continues for these five.
They gave them broads a $1 million bond. Do you know a $1 million bond in New Orleans? You could shoot up a club and kill like 5 people, and you might get a $250,000 bond. They gave them a $1 million bond for helping these niggas. These broads are in a lot of trouble, Jack. They are in a lot of trouble. I hope it was worth it, man. I hope it was worth it, man. I hope they at least hit it, man. Hope they at least let you get a nut.
So every minute counts, Matt, as this massive manhunt continues for these 5 fugitives. Derek Groves, he's 27 years old, and he's accused in 4 killings and convicted on 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of manslaughter. Linton Van Buren, he's 26. He's accused of second-degree murder. And then there's Leo Tate, 31 years old and facing multiple gun and drug charges, plus burglary. Jermaine Donald, who is 42, he's the oldest of the group. He is awaiting trial for second-degree murder and now a jailmate.
Hold up, man. I'm tripping. I had a Ock Nation, my bad. I know y'all usually rely on my insight, man. I'm sorry. Niggas who been in jail, they'll fuck each other. So yeah, them niggas got out, and these 2 bitches look like goddamn. These 2 bitches look like salt and pepper, man. Look like Halle Berry and motherfucking a young Vivica Fox and shit. My bad, y'all. I was tripping. Them dudes been in jail, man, for a long time, man. One of them niggas proposed to this bitch. One nigga, these bitches got proposals, man. Nigga made a ring out of some goddamn aluminum foil and shit. And proposed to these bitches. Not bad. I'm sorry. I was tripping. Them niggas been in jail, man. Them niggas been in jail. Yeah, that bitch like Janet Jackson, man. For real though, man. Karen White and Janet Jackson. God damn. My bad, man. I was tripping, y'all. I was wilding, man. I had to catch myself, man. I had to think about it for a second. Them niggas in there fucking each other. This a real hole right here. These real women soft and shit. You hug them and they soft and they tender. No matter how ugly they is in the face, they still soft and tender. Your voices are still sweet. You know, Ugly Jones got the sweetest voices. Remember the chat lines back in the day? You get on the chat line and the girl have the sweetest voice in the world, sweetest pumpkin pie. You finally meet her. Or back in the day when you get hooked up, remember having talking to a girl for like a year and you never met her? She might live in another city or something, on the other side of town. He finally meet her. And you're like, oh, Lord. The ugly Jones always got the sweetest voices, man. Yeah, one of them niggas was fighting over these broads, man. What am I talking about, man? Them escapees was fighting over these bitches. Both these bitches got marriage proposals on site. What am I talking about, man? I'm tripping, man.
Alyssa, thank you so much. So every minute counts as this massive manhunt continues for these 5 fugitives. Derek Groves, he's 27 years old, and he's accused in 4 killings and convicted on 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of manslaughter. Linton Van Buren, he's 26. He's accused of second-degree murder. And then there's Leo Tate, 31 years old and facing multiple gun and drug charges, plus burglary. Jermaine Donald, who is 42, he's the oldest of the group. He is awaiting trial for second-degree murder. And now a jail maintenance worker is charged with helping them get out. That is Sterling Williams. He's 33 and admitted to assisting the inmates. And he told investigators he was threatened by a stabbing by Antoine Massey, who was also one.
This guy need to GoFundMe, man, because this was a minimum security jail. It wasn't supposed to be murderers in this jail. The dude who threatened to stab this guy was a psychopath, a known killer on the streets of New Orleans, a legendary killer on the streets of New Orleans. He wasn't supposed to be in this jail. He's supposed to be in Angola, man. And somebody with that type of influence and that type of street cred could intimidate this guy, man. This guy probably had to do it. He was being threatened with a knife by a psychopath, by a real street legend. He had no choice but to do what that guy said, or die. You saw how desperate they was. You think they would have the guy wouldn't have pushed that knife through his ass if he didn't do what he said? Huh? Of course he would have. This guy had no choice, man. This guy need to GoFundMe, man. This guy right here is innocent, man. I hate the fact that this guy's being charged with this shit when he had no choice. He had no choice. It's not even like he's a CO where he got a duty. He's just a maintenance worker. And them niggas escaped like they made him do that shit. This is completely unfair for this guy, man. I feel bad for this guy, man. Salute the Cool Cat, man. He says, much love and respect, in the nation. Shout out to Cool Cat. Baby King once again. My man, Baby King in the building. He says, with all due respect, your background, boo-boo. You know why I use this background? You know what I'm saying? I'm a simple man, man. I'm a very simple man, yo. I'm a very simple man. I'm a very simple person, man. I don't do all that flashy stuff, man. I don't do all the flashiness, man. I'm a very simple man, man. That's how I am in real life, man. What you see is what you get, man.
He told investigators he was threatened by a stabbing by Antoine Massey, who was also one of the escapees. But Williams' attorney denies that claim. Massey was jailed in March, accused of car theft and domestic abuse by strangulation. We have a new look at the first 7 days of the jailbreak with a detailed timeline as victims, witnesses, and even prosecutors are forced into hiding. You can watch it anytime on WWL+. Just download this app on your television to watch for free. So some new video shows an inmate at the Tangipahoa Parish Jail climbing over a razor wire fence. Take a look at this. And then he makes it over and he made a run for it. And this evening, that inmate still has not been captured. This is the second time that inmate has escaped in a year, and he's facing a murder charge. And last night, it took 6 hours for Tangipahoa jail staff to even realize he was missing. Rachel Hanley joining us now live from outside the jail. Rachel, any sign he'll be captured soon?
Well, what we do know is that there have been at least a couple of leads as to where he is. A few hours ago, we heard from Sheriff Gerald Sticker, and he says overnight around 3 a.m., they had gotten a tip that somebody who matched this inmate's description was seen in the Baptist area. He says that his deputies, surrounding sheriff's office deputies, canine units, drones were all sent out there to try and find him, but they could not. They said last he had heard that a person was seen running into the woods, and they don't know for sure that it was him, but it was somebody matching his description. And then during that press conference earlier this afternoon, Sheriff Sticker said they had gotten another tip that they were actively looking into at that time, and that was around 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we know that there have been a couple of leads, but as you said, at this point, he is still out. And whatever we heard from him today, Sheriff Sticker also laid out a timeline of this escape, and he explained the multiple security failures at this jail that allowed it to happen. A Tangipahoa Parish inmate is on the run again. Sheriff Gerald Sticker says the escape started in the dorms.
They stopped up a shower and flooded it. As a result, a deputy was dispatched to the back.
During the chaos that followed, Sticker says jail employees left doors to the dorm and the outside open at the same time. 2 inmates, Trayvon Johnson and Trevon Wallace, ran out. Wallace was found on jail property. A routine count a couple hours later showed no one was missing. Then that night, someone anonymously called to ask if Johnson was still locked up.
So at that time, jail staff went back to the dorm where he was assigned. He was not there.
That's when the sheriff's office looked back at security video and saw this. Wallace had helped Johnson over the razor wire fence. Sticker says he used a towel or a blanket to protect his hands at the top. Then he made a run for it. Some of that razor wire was put in place after Johnson himself and 3 others escaped from the jail a year ago.
It's ridiculous.
People who live by the jail told us they're in disbelief that the same person was able to get out twice.
Back in the day when I was going to jail, and it wasn't like that. You couldn't get out of them jail. And now, to me, you just walking out the door.
Sticker says he's tried to get
the day when I was going to jail, and it wasn't like that. You couldn't get out of them jail. And now, to me, you just walking out the door.
Sticker twice.
Back in the day when I was going to jail, and it wasn't like that. You couldn't get out of them jail. And now, to me, you just walking out the door.
Sticker says he's tried to get Johnson transferred out of jail before because of the previous escape and how serious his charges are. He was arrested after a home invasion in 2022 that left a man dead and his 12-year-old daughter with multiple gunshot wounds. Sticker says since the first escape, he's also been trying to make improvements to the jail.
I took over a jail, quite frankly, that was...
There wasn't no chirp. You a motherfucking lie, man.
Person was able to get out twice.
Back in the day when I was going to jail, and it wasn't like that. You couldn't get out of them jail. And now, to me, you just walking out the door.
Those are birds, man. We outside, man. Those are birds, man. Those are birds chirping, man.
Charges are.
Shout out to Deluxe 247, aka Cal Ripken, aka the real MVP, coming through once again, man. Those birds chirping, man. Y'all crazy. Shout out to David DeHart, man. He says they just tried to pass a bill to make it a crime to say anything anti-Semitic. The news never talks about the 100,000 dead in Gaza genocide. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck about even one of them groups. Fuck both of them. But fuck the Palestinians ain't shit. Fuck them Arabs, man. I don't give a fuck about them fucking Arabs. Shout out to all my Arab people, though. I ain't mad at you personally. But I ain't about to cry for no Arab people getting their asses kicked. Arab people, if they ruled the world, man, we'd all be slaves. They would have to make us slaves because that's what their religion. I mean, at least the Jews, man. It ain't enough of them, man. It's too many Arabs, man. There's so many Arabs, man. Fuck them. Fuck both of them. I don't give a shit about neither one of them. Fuck Palestine. Fuck them. If y'all didn't want this to happen, you shouldn't have fucking did that shit on October 7th. Y'all let y'all nuts hang on October 7th. And this is what you get.
He was arrested after a home invasion in 2022 that left a man dead and his 12-year-old daughter with multiple gunshot wounds. Sticker says since the first escape, he's also been trying to make improvements to the jail.
I took over a jail, quite frankly, that was a mess. Not making excuses, I'm just stating objective facts.
And while his department looks for Johnson, he says he plans to double down on training. But after seeing 2 escapes, at least one neighbor isn't so sure that'll matter.
I just need a new jail back there. Need a new jail, just straight up about it. Need a new jail.
Sheriff Sticker says at this point, 4 employees from the jail are on administrative leave while they investigate this escape. In Amy, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
All over the public remaining vigilant. Thank you so much.
Police say an argument escalated between 2 adults at a 5th grade graduation. One of them ended up stabbing the other. Fox 4's Deion Anglin is on scene.
Okay, so this who do you think this is? I don't know. I haven't watched none of these videos today, but who do y'all think this is, man? Who did this, man? Who did this, man? What parents are stabbing each other at a 5th grade graduation, man?
Police say an argument escalated between 2 adults at a 5th grade graduation. One of them ended up stabbing the other. Fox 4's Deion Anglin is on scene at South Hills Elementary in Fort Worth. Deion.
Hi there, Clarice. Well, the suspect who is charged with assault with a deadly weapon is said to be 28-year-old Keyshawn Fields. There is no booking photo for him at this time. Police say the suspect and the victim are both parents who were here at South Hills Elementary for 5th grade graduation.
I was already here at the school because I was here for the graduation ceremony. I was trying to figure out what was going on, who needed help at that point. Just trying to, I gave my shirt away. This is not even my shirt.
Tim Russell says he was that close to the victim who was stabbed. He describes trying to help the man while also making sure students were out of harm's way, his own family included.
Are my kids okay, and is my wife okay?
Your wife was here as well?
Yes, yes. So those were my 2 main concerns.
Police say the violence erupted as the elementary school graduation was ending, a celebration of 5th grade students. 2 parents believed to have had altercations in the past began to argue. Investigators say one of them had a knife and stabbed the other. The crime scene just outside the school in the back parking lot.
I asked the teacher if it was a drill.
Kason Lopez spoke to us with his grandmother's permission. He describes how those in his classroom reacted.
We went into lockdown and several people were crying, saying that, oh, like someone got stabbed.
Police say the suspect took off on foot, but with a description from witnesses, officers located the man several blocks away and took him into custody. Students, meantime, on their final day of school, say the chaos was confusing and frightening, though they knew what to do.
We already practiced. That means that you go to a corner with no windows and don't make noise.
Now, Fort Worth ISD has released a
question, man. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? Listen, I ain't trying to be insensitive and stuff, and I know these people just been through something. What the fuck is Trump doing, man? What's Trump doing, man? We voted for it. We voted for this shit for the, this ain't what I voted for, man. What the fuck are you doing, Trump? How long do it take, man? No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding, man. Don't get mad on burritos, man. I'm just kidding, man. So they got black parents there too. I don't know, man. I don't know who did this, man. Ain't nobody. I can't decipher. They didn't give us enough information, man.
Knows.
Now, Fort Worth ISD has released a letter from the principal here that went out to parents. In part, it says, we want to assure you that Fort Worth ISD maintains a zero tolerance policy for violence on our campuses and will pursue the full extent of the law to ensure consequences are enforced. And the victim's condition at this time is unknown. That's the very latest live here in Fort Worth. Clarice, back to you.
Dion, thank you.
The NYPD has made an arrest in connection with a brutal attack on a 44-year-old woman on Randall's Island. She was viciously assaulted.
Head up, shoulders back, no shame. No shame. Yo, if you was marginalized, you would act completely different in this, man. If there was a whole system holding you back and racists were around every corner, you wouldn't act like this. There's no evidence in the history of the world that a group facing that acts the way niggas act in America.
The NYPD has made an arrest in connection with a brutal attack on a 44-year-old woman on Randall's Island. She was viciously assaulted as she biked home from work last Friday and remains in a coma. We have now learned that the suspect in custody was out on parole after serving 12 years for rape. Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg has the
That looked like an ombrita. That looked like an ombrita, especially how little she is. That looked like an ombrita. Damn. Just viciously attacked her for no reason. This shit ain't right, man. This shit ain't right, man. Yo, this shit is fucked up, man. This should have never happened. You know who I blame for this? You know who I really blame for this attack on this homebreeder? Do you guys know who I blame? I blame Tom Holman, because if he had deported her, she would have never been in that park, and that some man would have never had a chance to kick her ass. This one's on you, Tom.
The NYPD has made an arrest in connection with a brutal attack on a 44-year-old woman on Randall's Island. She was viciously assaulted as she biked home from work last Friday and remains in a coma. We have now learned that the suspect in custody was out on parole after serving 12 years for rape. Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg has the latest. She's live outside the 25th precinct in East Harlem. Lauren?
Yeah, Sandra, just a really horrible incident. This attack happened a week ago when the victim was riding an e-bike from her job on the Upper East Side to her home in Queens. She was cutting through Randall's Island like she always does when she was brutally attacked. Now, overnight, detectives picked up 30-year-old Miguel Haraud, who you will see right outside the 25th precinct. In this video, police say that he'd been living in a men's shelter on Randall's Island and was wearing an ankle monitor. He'd served 12 years in prison for a rape in the Bronx and was out on parole. That ankle monitor helped police place him at the scene. Now, the victim, meanwhile, remains in critical condition at Elmhurst Hospital. She is 44-year-old.
See, that's the importance of ankle monitors. The ankle monitor placed him on the scene. That's why we gotta get these sister judges, man. When y'all let these son men out, when you release these son savages onto the public sisters, at least give them an ankle monitor so we can know where they are when they commit their next crime. Press 1. You had to be here earlier in the show to understand that.
Island and was wearing an ankle monitor. He'd served 12 years in prison for a rape in the Bronx and was out on parole. That ankle monitor helped police place him at the scene. Now, the victim, meanwhile, remains in critical condition at Elmhurst Hospital. She is 44-year-old Diana Agudelo. She was so badly injured, she was put in a medically induced coma. And while that attack happened last Friday before midnight, she was not found until 5 in the morning. She's a mother and works at the Museum of the City of New York on the Upper East Side. Police found her sneakers in a trash can near the scene, and they were able to pull forensic evidence off her e-bike once it was retrieved from the river. Police also posted signs throughout Randall's Island asking for help, and the police commissioner spoke briefly about this incident this morning.
Earlier this week, we had a horrific assault on a woman on Randall's Island. She received immediate medical attention and is currently in the hospital fighting for her life. We had a very aggressive investigation, and we have identified a person that we believe to be responsible for that assault.
Now, the suspect is charged with attempted murder. He is a level 3 sex offender. That is the highest risk repeat offender. And when asked today why he attacked this with attempted murder, he is a level 3 sex offender. That is the highest risk repeat offender. And when asked today why he attacked this single mother, he said, "I didn't do it." He said, "I'm the one who found her." Live on the in East Harlem, Lauren Glassberg, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
He thought he was meeting a woman for a first date after an online connection, but it turned out to be a setup instead. He was ambushed, shot at, and robbed. That's when the victim fled and the attackers stole his car and his cash.
Rick Chambers is live in MacArthur Park with details on the dating app ambush and the suspects. Police are.
Salute to CA in the building, Ock Nation, Hall of Famers. She says, "What did the suspenders say to the pants? What up, britches?" Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Shout out to Baby King. He said, "This 50 for the capital of Egypt. Get him a red, white, and blue shirt on me." What happened to the capital of Egypt? Oh, Cairo. Shout out. I'm slow. Shout out. Yeah, salute, man. I gotta show y'all another picture of my son. He about to start talking soon, man. That's all he said. He trying. He's gonna be talking very soon. I'm gonna have him on here, man. Yeah, I gotta show y'all a picture soon, man. Let's give y'all another update, man. Salute, man. Salute to you, Baby King.
He thought he was meeting a woman for a first date after an online connection, but it turned.
Yo, not for nothing though. She got some big old titties. I see why he fell for that. He fell for that. He was probably like, oh damn. He already imagined himself sucking on them joints. He was like, oh shit, yeah. He was blinded by them big old titties. God damn it. Blinded his ass. He couldn't see the obvious setup.
He thought he was meeting a woman for a first date after an online connection, but it turned out to be a setup instead. He was ambushed, shot at, and robbed. That's when the victim fled and the attackers stole his car and his cash.
Rick Chambers is live in MacArthur Park with details on the dating app ambush and the suspects police are looking for. Rick.
Yeah, Micah, it's Rampart gang detectives that have been working this case for about 3 weeks now, and they're looking for two couples who have been targeting online daters. These are the 4 robbery suspects that police are looking for. And this woman in particular, they say lured our victim off an online dating site.
When they met in person, the female suspect had asked the victim to drive to a secluded area in our Rampart area.
This is that street near downtown. And they weren't there very long when
2 additional suspects came over, and one of the male suspects had opened the door of the victim's vehicle. He pointed a gun at him, demanded his property.
They also demanded at gunpoint that the victim unlock his phone and hand over his passwords.
Throughout the night, that same night, what they did.
The Black and Brown Coalition, man. It's good to see us working together, man.
It was they actually made various transfers. They bought many things that totaled about $20,000.
It gives me the goosebumps. Actually,
they spent $20,000. Oh, they this dude had $20,000 in his account. Jesus Christ, man! Hit the Cash App, man. Hit the PayPal. Hit the PayPal right now, man. This nigga had $20,000 in his goddamn account. Shit. I'm trying to help y'all stay alive, man. I'm trying to help y'all stay safe, man. And this bozo out here chasing these big ebony titties. They got his ass. God damn. Woo. Fun bags, man. He probably was like, yo, she's like, no, not right here. Let's go over to Rampart Street. I'll let you suck these all night when we get over there. And it was like, give me directions. Tell me where to go. That dude they got this dude for 20 G's. Woo. What was you doing messing with this ghetto filth? If you got that much money in the bank, you doing messing with this ghetto filth.
They also demanded at gunpoint that the victim unlock his phone and hand over his passwords.
Throughout the night, that same night, what they did was they actually made various transfers. They bought many things that totaled about $20,000.
It gives me the goosebumps, actually.
Daniel Contreras lives nearby and says he'll make some adjustments now to his routine.
Shut the fuck up. I used to work at a strip club, right? Them hombredos love them black strippers, man. Them hombredos love them. That dude would have fell for the same thing. Them little hombredos work because they work. They always got cash. Hombredos always got cash. You know what I'm saying? Cash is their thing. They don't use banks and shit. Them little hombredos pay them strippers. Them strippers make money just off these hombredos, man. The what do you call it? VIP section and after hours, because after this club over, you want to fuck something, man. After looking at all this fucking ass all night, you little hombredos, yeah. They love black. Don't ever let them tell you they don't love black women. Don't ever let them on Burrito tell you they don't love black women. They love black women. I will give you sisters that. I'll give you sisters that.
Things that total about $20,000. It gives me the goosebumps actually.
Daniel Contreras lives nearby and says he'll make some adjustments now to his routine.
Maybe just aware on the online situation, and well, yeah, to be more aware and to look out.
And detectives say that the robbery at gunpoint wasn't the end to our victim's nightmare.
The male suspects actually shot towards the victim who was seated in his vehicle. The victim in fear actually fled the location and left his vehicle back there.
The robbers came back 3 hours later and stole the man's car, dumping it nearly 7 miles away in this alley, just off 56th and Central, and then set it on fire. At this point, police have these photos to work with, but no arrest yet. As is often the case in these types of crimes, police are asking anyone with information to come forward, and especially if you've been a victim to this type of crime. In MacArthur Park, I'm Rick Chambers. Guys, I'll throw it back to you in Hollywood.
Wow, Rick, thank you so much.
A $5,000 reward is being offered for the woman who caused a deadly street racing crash in South Dallas. Police.
Damn, she got some big titties too. God damn, it's titty night, man. What's up, Cool Cat? What's happening, man?
What's going on? What's going on, Chief?
You a titty man?
I'm gonna go with ass, but I don't mind some titties either.
But ass is, but she so she got some big titties and no ass. It ain't happening.
I mean, I ain't saying all that, but
what if she got a what if she okay, so what if it's a joint with a fat, nice, juicy ass, and another joint with some nice titties and a nice ass?
No, I'm picking the latter. I mean,
nice titties and nice ass?
Yeah.
Over picturesque, perfect ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick the latter. It's more toys to play with, you know.
Yeah, man.
What about you?
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I'm a titty man, but it's like, yeah, I you know, I like her ass too, though. I love her ass. I ain't gonna say I love her ass, but it's like the titty just a little bit more than the ass. I'm a son man. Son man, something about ass or son man. That shit just drive us crazy, man. So I mean, I ain't gonna lie about the ass, but I love titties too, man.
You saw how she had them all out like that? She was trying to lure anybody in. You know what I mean?
Back in the day, she would have got me too. Y'all have been hearing about me on the news getting rough.
Yeah. I ain't even mad at the brother, yo.
Yo, what's up?
What's cracking?
What's
so you
up?
said
You trying to change your name again, man? God damn, what's happening?
What's going on, man? How's it going, man? I just wanted to know, like, you said the burritos, like love the sisters.
Oh yeah,
like
the working class ones. I just know the working class. I don't know about no doctors and lawyers and shit like that.
The common burrito.
Yeah,
they into the sisters.
Oh yeah, but only on like that level. Like they don't marry them. They don't like date them. But like I'm talking about, like they trick on them. Like they like when he leave the house. Yeah. No, I was saying they pay for that shit. They don't. They not like
pay
this.
Pay the smother.
No, we get it on the arm. We can get it on the arm. Like if you know what I'm saying, we can smut them out of just buy some liquor.
Yeah, just off being a stuntman.
Yeah, they pay for that shit.
That's true.
So did you notice any like skin tone preference, or is it just like they just love the sisters? No preference.
They don't have no preference. No.
Okay, all right.
They don't have no preference, man. But this one right here, she got some big old titties too, man. God damn, man.
A $5,000 reward is being offered for the woman who caused a deadly street racing crash in South Dallas. Police have video and they want to know if you recognize her. Good evening, I'm Clarice Tinsley. That deadly crash happened on Mother's Day. Another woman who was street racing is already charged in the crime. Fox 4 Sean Rabb has video of the driver detectives are looking for.
We are in South Dallas on 2nd Avenue at Garden Lane. This is Detective Sammy Shaw, Dallas Police Vehicular Crimes Unit. And Detective, if you would, sir, tell me what happened here on
May the 11th, on Mother's Day, at about 7:40 in the evening. Mr. Medina was driving his Nissan Frontier.
That's Jose Medina. He was going home from work?
Yes, coming home from work.
What happened, sir?
You have a Ford Fusion heading northbound, 5000 block of 2nd Avenue, racing a black 2006 Cadillac. They collided with each other, and the Ford Fusion went into the southbound lanes, and that's where Mr. Medina hit head-on with the Ford Fusion. And he
Yo,
Damn.
God, man. What a fucking tragedy, man.
For real.
That's Jesus Christ, man. Those people like that, man. And then because it's vehicular, you don't get as much time for vehicular as you do just a regular murder. This motherfucker, that bitch might get 5 years.
And she's a woman, so she'll get less time than a guy.
Yeah. We gotta change that vehicular shit. Like, I know accidents happen, but when it's egregious like this, they gotta treat it like a regular murder and not like
For
a
real.
vehicular manslaughter, man. This was so negligent, so selfish.
Definitely.
1000 block of 2nd Avenue, racing a black 2006 Cadillac. They collided with each other, and the Ford Fusion went into the southbound lanes, and that's where Mr. Medina hit head-on with the Ford Fusion, and he died from the accident.
Now, you have the driver of that Ford Fusion, Khadijah Jackson.
Yes.
She's in jail.
Yes, Khadijah Jackson,
Khadijah.
she's in jail.
Fucking Khadijah. God damn, fucking.
Yo, where do they come up with these fucking names? I mean, for real.
A lot of these names have like Islamic roots. Believe it or
Yeah,
not.
Khadijah. Yeah, definitely.
I used to wonder the same thing. Like, are niggas just literally pulling fucking syllables out of thin air and just combining them? Because that's kind of how it seems like with niggas. But it is some sort of logic to some of these names, at least some of them.
Yeah.
Not
When I was
not Latain Keisha, not that bullshit. I'm talking about like Kareem and Abdul. Like if you ever knew,
you
like
from
knowing the
Philly,
niggas
so
like
yeah,
that.
Philly. The Philly names definitely got the Islamic
Yeah.
roots.
Oh yeah, well damn, that is true. But yeah, well, I guess I'm gonna run into it way more because where I'm at. I thought all fucking cities was like that, but I guess really got like
Well, when I was
we're
a
kind of
kid,
skewed Muslim a little bit.
when I was a kid, it was a lot of Rashads, Hakeems, a lot of
Muhammad. I'm like trouble Muhammad.
I said it was some Muhammad, but it wasn't that many Muhammads. It was like Rashad, Kareem. Kareem was another big one. You know, shit like that. Those Muslim names was very popular when I was coming up. Bilal, Yusef. Yusef was another one.
Oh
That,
yeah, I know. Yep, I had to use up that I went to school with too.
yeah, and but yeah, Muhammad wasn't that big in DC. I really see it wasn't that big, but like we got off of that like in like the 90s and started using the new style of nigga names. You know what I'm saying? But
Latrell, shit like that.
yeah, tarot, yeah, those type shits. Yeah, definitely. You know what I'm saying? Dion and motherfucking Davian, Dante, all that shit. Yeah, this Philly, y'all kept it. Y'all because y'all culture, y'all just rocked out with it. Because y'all got that culture up there that's different. Shout out to
Yo.
Baby King, man. Go ahead.
Yo, isn't your name like a Muslim name? Cause like that's
Yeah,
what
my
they.
name, but I'm from like my tribe, the tribe that my father is from, where I'm from. That's the Yoruba tribe. They were like colonized by the Muslims a long time ago, and they took on the Muslim thing. So it's like but they still kept like the African shit, but yeah, they got a lot of Muslim influence. So that's why Ak in Tunde, you know, Ak and that shit is like the Muslim influence.
So are you Muslim, if you don't mind me asking?
Nah, we Christians. No,
Oh,
no, they got colonized by England, and
oh,
then
okay.
they became Christians. Nigeria
Oh,
is one like the third biggest Christian country in the world, behind like I think the Philippines or Indonesia, one of them countries. But it's
yeah.
the third largest Christian country in the world. Um, yeah, we Christians in the north. They Muslims. The Muslims of the house of it in the north, Boko Haram and all that shit.
Okay, okay.
That's how you know God can't help niggas, man. That's how you know. Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We my whole family on that side is Christians. I'm talking about like devout, like they worse than niggas, man. They go to church every fucking time they get every chance they get, man. Uh, salute to Baby King. He said it's all respect in the basement. Getting to the bottom of things is, yeah, man. We got a great show for you guys tonight, man. A
Hell yeah.
great show. A
Hit
great
that like.
show for you guys tonight, man. Make sure you hit that like button right now. Everyone hit that like button, man. We it's so much more to get into, man. Sons have been wilding. You heard me? When I say wilding, Black Fatigue is at an all-time high. Everyone else, all the other channels, and I want to ask you this: will you will I protect you? Let me just ask you this, Vice President. Um, have you noticed that the Black Fatigue coverage that was very high a few weeks ago, have you noticed that it's gone down, or what do you think about the Black Fatigue coverage? Where is it?
I mean, definitely going down for sure. I thought it was gonna be like a real movement for a quick few milliseconds, not even a full second, but yeah, it seems like it just just another. It's gonna be another one of these terms that float around, but it's not really gonna pick up like real steam. That's just the sense I'm getting from it, but I could be completely wrong, to be honest.
But let me tell you, here in Miami
She had
Beach, we hate some men because they ruined spring break because they started coming down, all these sun men, and it just started fucking like going to restaurants and not paying and jumping people and just doing a bunch
Tired
of
of
stupid
that.
shit. Yeah, it just ruined everything. And then the cops started shutting down the restaurants, and the restaurants got mad. Like, how are we gonna make any money if we shut down? So now the whole Miami Beach hates them.
Well, I will say this: one good thing about Black Fatigue is that it let people. It kind of like stretched the reins on people being able to talk about some people. Like it was real tight. You couldn't say too much about some people.
Hmm.
But during that time, more people got a chance to speak openly about sons. And hopefully, at least that's what comes out of people get to be more honest. Like, yo, these niggas is wilding, man. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having to like bite your tongue all the time.
Yo, yo, that's
as
facts.
was charged with 6 felony offenses. The black Cadillac continued driving north and turned left on Gold Spear, and you see all the occupants in the vehicle get
All
out
these
and run
fours.
back towards the scene, we believe.
But they don't stop to try to help.
Holy shit.
Damn.
All these fucking these look gotta be strippers or something, man. Fucking yo, what the fuck? They're racing down a regular street. Hit a guy gets hit head on by the other car. It's definitely not this car. If you look at this car,
Hmm?
it wasn't this car. It was the other car. And
Yeah.
they just keep going. And listen, of course they're gonna keep going. Let's stop acting like they're gonna go give him CPR or some shit.
They're
Of
not going
course
to.
they're gonna keep going. Yeah, you ain't. Once you this deep into it, you just try and get away.
Back towards the scene, we believe.
But they don't stop to try to help.
Correct.
You need somebody to help you.
Yes, sir.
You know people know who was driving that car.
Yes, there's people that know that.
In this neighborhood.
Yes.
And they know where she is right now.
Yes, they do.
What do you want those folk to do?
I want them to call me or text me. You know, my phone number is 214-608-7813. My email is sammy.shaw@dallaspolice.gov.
All right, it's an 06 black CTS with damage to the left rear.
That's right.
There was a woman racing. So you had two women racing on Mother's Day, and they caused the death of an innocent man. Know the car, you know where it is, at a body shop or in somebody's garage. You know where
these brothers is. This is what black moms is doing on Mother's Day.
God
damn it.
Yo, that's true.
Jesus Christ.
Hell no.
You know, got kids. You know, all of them got kids.
Yep, with 3 different baby daddies.
You always was a black queen, mama.
Jeez.
No baby daddy in sight.
Seattle police arrested 3 people.
Okay, we already covered that.
I know that we're all gonna die one day.
This story.
5 days after what police describe as a brutal.
As we told you at the top of this newscast,
all right,
victims
hold
who
on.
were viciously attacked.
Hold on. We covered all these. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, you do right here.
Video surfaces of a man police say might have been a victim of a hate crime. This happened after officers say an intoxicated man walked into a Marshall County club and used the N-word when referring to the patrons.
Investigators say that the bar is also a problem spot. They say that they respond to it several times every weekend.
Fox 13's Daniel Wilkerson.
White supremacy headquarters.
It said the bar's a problem spot. Like, yo, what black bar is not a problem spot?
For real.
Yo,
If
this
that's-
dude walked into a black bar and started using the N-word.
Yo, he got balls to do that because.
Did you hear the other day when I told the people, man, you know, the black fatigue thing, yeah, I see a lot of videos online, people saying, yeah, you know what I'm saying, you tired of black folks and, you know, even some white people using the N-word. Now, I tried to tell y'all, man, I tried to put out a PSA, I said, online is different than the real world. Everybody in the real world don't know that black fatigue is going on online. And that white people is getting more, you know, less restrictions on how they talk about some people. Do not go out here in this world and call no some person N-word. I don't care what Shiloh Hendricks, how much money she got in her GoFundMe, none of that stuff.
For real.
Do not do that. I'm telling y'all, don't do that. Don't get that comfortable. We ain't there yet where y'all could just do that.
Yep.
It's also a problem spot. They say that they respond to it several times every weekend.
Fox 13's Daniel Wilkerson is live outside CJ's Lounge on Memphis Street in Holly Springs. So, Daniel, how is this man police are calling a victim?
Daryl and Darcy, good evening to you. Good evening to you at home. They say he didn't go to the hospital until today. He believes he may have a broken jaw. Meanwhile, CJ's Lounge is now closed. Police say that they were operating without a beer or a business license.
Wow.
Holly Springs police say cell phone footage they provided to Fox 13 News shows a Tippah County man who has been stripped naked. They say the people who attacked him are seen pouring on him what investigators believe to be beer. Officers say seconds before they hit, kicked, and stumped nearly every part of his body.
The guy walked in and he was very aggressive.
Miles Stone says he was at CJ's Lounge on Memphis Street late Saturday night into Sunday morning.
Other guys in the area was listening, trying to remain calm. We asked them, they asked for him to leave quietly.
But police say the man continued to call the patrons the N-word. Holly Springs police provided another video of the man outside the bar. speaking erratically, throwing what investigators believe to be gang signs.
When they was scuffling and stuff outside, he was still trying to fight. He still was saying the N-word, man, F-U-Ns, F-U-Ns.
Officers say the attackers used poles and sticks to beat him.
So you don't think this is a problem spot?
I do not think. I think it's a positive spot.
But Holly Springs police disagree. The police chief estimates they've been to some 30 calls over the last 3 months CJ's has been open. They say there have been fights, guns found inside, and a man.
See the difference? And listen, this brother right here, he's speaking from a standpoint of a Sun man. Like in a Sun man mind, that doesn't equate to a problem spot. But in the police and every like reasonable law-abiding citizen, a club that's had 30 calls in 3 months for police assistance is beyond a problem spot. Like it's cold red. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
But the Sun man, like, man, nah, this ain't bad as Coco's, or this ain't as bad as Sensations. This ain't as bad as the other joint over there on the other side of town. Like this is calm, man. This is a mild joint. This ain't like the joint over on the south side that I go to sometimes.
Our bandwidth for this shit is extremely high. Never underestimate the bandwidth of a nigga for this type of chicanery.
Facts. The bandwidth. It's just, man, other people just like, you could think like, oh, this Sun man full of shit, he lying, but he could be, compared to the other spots he goes to, this could probably not be as bad.
When they was scuffling and stuff outside, he was still trying to fight. He still was saying the N-word, man, F-U-Ns, F-U-Ns.
Officers say the attackers used poles and sticks to beat him.
So you don't think this is a problem spot?
I do not think. I think it's a positive spot.
But Holly Springs police disagree. The police chief estimates they've been to some 30 calls over the last 3 months CJ's has been open. They say there have been fights, guns found inside, and a man shot in the foot. The chief tells me they're pushing the district attorney to declare it a nuisance.
I'm not standing for anything like that. However, we have to live with our choices, and he made a choice by going into there aggressively, and he has to live with the choice he's made.
Back out live here in Marshall County. Again, you're taking a look at that letter that was placed on the door. We should mention that police tell us right now they have a person of interest who they would like to speak with. Meanwhile, if you were here, you have information, you're asked to call the Holly Springs Police Department. Well, what does the victim remember about what happened? I'm working on that part of the story for Fox 13 News at 6.
What does he remember? Shit. He for your probably remember shit.
For real.
Salute to Amalin, man. She says, salute Op and Nation. I live in Cleveland. That Mammy judge is an embarrassment. If it was her dad, you think she'd let him off? Fuck no. Hell no. We might have to go to Cleveland too today. Cleveland is off the chain, man. Let's see if we can find the update. Let's see if they updated this shit. Talk to this white man, man.
Damn, they stripped them naked and everything. That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. Even now, but in those days when I was going to the club, yeah, if a white dude walked in there and started that, it's the same thing would have happened. I would have been on his ass too. I'd have been definitely with whatever that was going on. Fuck that. Like, yeah, man, fuck that, man. Don't you come in here calling all us men niggas in front of these bitches and shit. You crazy as hell. You crazy, like you off the chain, but you're crazy in front of each other. We got to look at each other in the face when you leave. If you walk out of here unscathed, you crazy. Son, man, ego ain't going for that, man. You crazy.
I think new guy in the back.
I brought him up.
Oh, all right.
Man, new guy, man. What do you think, man? You going into was we a little too hard on the glider, man, or should we should have cut him a break?
I mean, like, I don't I just cross the street if I see black people. So, like, of course, if you throw the N-bomb around, like, it's going to be a million times more inviting for you to receive violence from them, right? So, just like, look, like, if you don't work with them, then you have no excuse to be around them. You know what I mean? So, like, why are you going up into a club with a bunch of sons?
He trying to get him. He trying to smother him out the little chocolate queen, bro.
Yeah, I guess, right? I don't know. I guess.
Yo, but some men hate when you pull a cute little sister.
Yeah, for
Like
sure they do.
they'll be saying slick shit like, "Oh, why you with that Chico? You should be with me." And I'll be like, "Well, cause she don't like you. That's why." Like,
yeah,
you know what though? I see a lot of fine sisters in DC. Somebody Mike is awful, but I see a lot of fine sisters in DC, and they'll be with they not hood joints though. See, they kind of like the sophisticated joints. They'll be with a white dude or Arab dude or Spanish guy, and niggas ain't gonna say nothing. It's like a hood rat, the little hood rat joints, like the cute ones from around the hood. That if you if she pop up with a white boy, yeah, because they kind of like got ownership over her because she from the hood. But if you a sophisticated black chick and you ain't involved in none of that, niggas
But
ain't gonna say nothing to you.
how
So
many
like,
how many glider dudes are pulling the fine hood chick though? Like I don't. I
what I'm
don't think
talking
I ever
about is
seen
like
it.
what I'm talking about is like if she like get a good job or something, or she's a nurse or something, you know how they be got the scrubs. I don't know if you in Philly, but a lot of hood Jones be like dental hygienists,
Oh
or
yeah,
they
for sure.
like
Yeah, for sure.
RNs and you know what I'm saying, registered nurses and shit. And they be getting, you know what I'm saying, they be getting out the hood, you know what I'm saying? And even though they live in the hood, they work out the hood and they see different things and shit. And occasionally they might, you know what I'm saying, meet a white guy or something. But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, even then, man, niggas don't really care, man. Niggas don't, unless it's his Joan, really, or it's his ex Joan, or it's his baby mother. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Because she got a baby, she got 2 or 3 baby daddies and shit. And so it's like they mad at you and shit or whatever. And then their friends don't like you or something. But it ain't really too much running up on you like, hey man, what you doing with that sister, man? Like, nah, it ain't
I
none of
know
that.
I know I know in real life I never seen that, but matter of fact, I never seen it, but I know my sister has been through it. Cause you know, she likes glider dudes and shit. But yeah, they tested her, bro, in front of her dude, and shit got real. Like, but but also I wanted to say what was I about to say? What oh yeah, in real life I never see it, but online I see it
Oh yeah.
sometimes. Yeah, like
Oh,
Dr. Umar type niggas, they'll go ham on sisters for dating a glider dude.
oh
But
yeah, online. Yeah, definitely online. But like it's like this, like you been to some little towns in PA outside of Philly, right?
yeah, yeah.
Them little like I'm not talking about like Chester or nothing. I'm talking about like further
Nah.
out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah.
Where you know some men be dating the shit out them white girls in the open in them towns. You
Oh
know,
man, yeah, sure. Yeah,
it
definitely.
ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Now it'd be the other way. It's more rare because sisters like some men, we their top choice. Whereas like when it's variety, sisters is probably our last choice. When it's variety with sisters, they still choose us
They
first.
still, yeah. All
So
things being considered, a sister want a son man here.
yeah,
All things
sister
considered.
she want a son man. I'm trust me, I'm a son man, man. They we their top choice. So it's like
Man, that's
90% of the time the interracial dating, even probably more, is going to be the son man with a white
man.
woman.
Yeah,
So
for
it's
sure.
so it's rare. It's just so odd to see in public, you know what I'm saying, a sister with a white dude, that it probably is like, you know what I'm saying, like it gets less blowback because it's seen less.
Yeah.
People see it less.
So I guess that goes into the talking point that I hear where it's like black women only pick the other races because they're tired of these ain't shit ass niggas. So I
Yeah.
guess they get a pass for that shit. But but whenever we see niggas, we pretty much know, like, yeah, he got a couple niggas to rub together, and we see what the fuck he want, bro. Like, cause we see it repeatedly over and over and over again. Like,
Yeah.
soon as niggas get options, they get money, they get whatever, they obtain the ability to not have to get a sister. I mean,
Yeah.
we see what, like, we don't, it's like, I don't even, if someone showed me a study, I wouldn't believe it, bro. Like, we've seen it so many different times, dog.
Yeah.
All
And
these
listen,
famous niggas, you know?
don't get me wrong. A lot of educated sisters, like sisters that are career women that move up the ladder, corporate ladder, or professors, or women with high power jobs, they're married to white men. A lot of them are married to white men too. But just the
I mean, it makes
average,
sense because
yeah,
they're probably around, like, damn near 99% non Sunman.
yeah, yeah,
That just makes, to me that makes sense. You know, I could be
yeah,
thinking about it the wrong way. But
yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true. Their dating pool is going to be saturated with gliders and shit. Salute to Barry B in the building.
It's been 2 months since a Memphis rapper was gunned down in front of a downtown hotel. 27-year-old Latorian Hunt, better known as Say So P, was shot and killed outside of the Westin Hotel.
And tonight, only on Fox 13, the mother of Say So P breaks her silence and shares her grief and pain after this tragedy. Let's go to Fox 13, Sierra Jordan live in downtown.
Sierra, you spoke with Say So P's mom. What did she have to say?
You can imagine, Darcy, it hasn't been easy for Say So P's mom for the past couple of months. She told me her son came back to his hometown here in Memphis to visit family and friends, but he never made it back to his mom in Miami.
We don't say goodbye. A beloved son, a brother, and best friend. That's how Latoya Red Wing Buckmaster describes her son, Latorian Hunt, or better known as rapper Say So P. Buckmaster says her 27-year-old son grew up in Raleigh. But after losing a close friend to gun violence at the age of 17, she said
She looked like she might be a glider or a mulatto, but you can tell the dad is black, some kind of black.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell the dad black. Yeah.
Grew up in Raleigh. But after losing a close friend to gun violence at the age of 17, she says Say So was eager to leave the Bluff City.
It was him that kept telling me, we got to get out of Memphis. This ain't where we want to be. This ain't where I want to be.
That is when Buckmaster says they moved to Miami. She explained to Fox 13 Say So had big dreams and wanted to make it as a rapper and build something of his own.
He would tell me all the time, I jumped off the porch and chased my dreams. And I'm going to keep chasing them, Mom.
Buckmaster says her world shattered in March. Say So returned to Memphis to visit alongside fellow.
Yeah, man, that was a big mistake, bro. And he was flashing all types of money and shit. If you was eager to get out of there, you know, at 17, man, you should have came back. And I'm not blaming him because you should be able to do whatever you want. But if you got out of there because of the violence, you know what I'm saying? When you came back, you should have came back not flashing money, not, you know, like, did you see the videos when he was in Memphis?
Nah.
That shit is Go ahead.
I thought I saw the video of the shooting incident.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like what he was doing because they was
Nah, I didn't see that.
wilding for like a few days before he had actually got killed.
Wild and how, like balling out of control, like
Yeah, like out of control. Like
okay.
they was what's the word? And the killer got killed. One of the killers got killed in Houston. They found him dead in Houston. Because they saw them on video camera in a getting out of the car. So they seen all their faces and they found one of the killers dead in Houston a week later.
Okay. Oh, they got some get back. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, he was when I say they was balling out of control.
How old was this dude?
He gotta be in his early 20s, man. He don't look that old to me, man.
I never heard of this dude, like ever.
Yeah, I never heard of him either. I had never heard of him either, Jack. But I know Sauce Walker.
Yeah, I heard the song. I think I heard one song from him, but I mainly know him for other shit. Like I don't even listen to it.
I know Sauce Walker from just being a fucking what I'm saying figure in the rap game for a long time. I don't listen to him and shit like that, but I know who he is and shit. I know where he's but yeah, I'm trying to find a video of them in Memphis. Is this it? Let me see something.
Big mistake though to let
here it
sons
is.
know that you have any money. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, make sure y'all support the channel. Hit the PayPal, Cash App, or the Super Chat, man. And also hit the like button. We trying to get at least the 300 viewers, man. They be fucking my views up big time.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, AK?
What's happening?
The Sunman flash and jewelry ain't a mistake. It shows status.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what's going on, man. TSL Memphis.
Where we at though?
And we in Memphis with you right now, in the M right now. You know where these don't come to. But South gonna be here, man. Sleep here, stay here, man. You know, so as long as we want to, man. You think what I'm saying? Certified, man.
It's a normal day in the South Side, man.
Yeah, normal day in the South Side, P. Go yards everywhere, diamonds everywhere, just bankrolls everywhere, money everywhere, just whatever, everything everywhere. Well, man, I know what's going on, man. TSL Memphis.
Where we at though?
And we
That's one video.
I've never heard GP say anything good about any point.
Let me see another one. But yeah, he had a lot of videos like they with cash money, big wads of cash. He's walking around with all that stuff, man.
That's such a big mistake, especially Memphis, the murder capital of the fucking USA.
Is Memphis still the murder capital?
I gonna get robbed doing that.
I don't know if Memphis. I don't know what the murder capital is now.
Yeah, what is the murder capital?
It might be, but it might be. We'll see though. If somebody got that information, man. Jay, who is you? You been up here before?
Mm-hmm. I've been up here like 2 or 3 times.
Okay, I can't.
It's been a while though.
Okay. Let's see. We go ahead, man.
Details in a deadly shooting inside a West Philadelphia corner grocery store earlier this week. Our Steve Keeley, who was on scene minutes after, has more on the 15-year-old who was hit and killed, and now the man charged with his murder.
22-year-old Jaquan Higgs has now been charged with murder in the double shooting homicide Wednesday here inside the Maryland grocery store at 54th and Ray Streets just past 2 p.m. Philadelphia police sources tell me Higgs stayed on scene at the store after shooting 2 armed juveniles, killing a 15-year-old and critically wounding a 16-year-old shot in the...
He said that they was going to rob him. He said that. He said he thought they was going to rob him. Do you know where this is at?
I used to literally live Fucking, oh my god, bro. This shit is crazy. I grew up like fucking right down the street from this shit. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
this
know
is
exactly where this shit is.
what part of Philly is this in?
This the north side. Well, we call it the north side because it's on the north side of Market Street. So Market Street has, you know what the L is, right?
The train?
Yeah, the train. And West Philly, the L run through Market Street and shit. So on the north side, which is like Arch Street and all that shit, Arch Street, Haverford, fucking Brown, all that shit. That we call that the north side of West Philly. But yeah, it's all West Philly at the end of the day.
Oh, so you got
Yes.
the north side of West Philly.
Yeah, in West we
Oh,
divided. We'll call them niggas like North Side niggas like, and a lot of niggas from South Side they don't like be around there and shit. Like we kind of just stay on our side. It's basically like two different worlds sometimes. Like if you don't really hang with niggas that be around there, you probably not gonna be hanging around there, bro. You probably just gonna stay on the South Side. Or if you live on the North Side, you probably just gonna stay on the North Side
well,
for real, for real.
not only are y'all divided by like North and South Philly and West Philly, but each of those sides is divided.
Yeah, yep. And West, yep. That's exactly how it was, bro. Exactly.
So it's
We
like
divide West Philly up.
so
West
basically,
Philly is
like
the side, and we do.
when you
What you
talk
say?
about you
I,
from West Philly, no, I'm saying when you say you from West Philly, right? That don't
mm-hmm.
get you. A person from Philly gonna ask you what side you from.
Yeah, especially if you from West. Yeah, you probably like what side of West? Maybe other sides of Philly might not ask you that because they might not care like that if they don't really be around there. But if you from West, you might fuck around and be like, yeah, like what side of West Philly you from? You from or you a North side of nigga, you a South side of nigga. But it's bullshit at the end of
Which
the
is
day.
the
But that's just
hardest?
how it is.
Which is
Right?
the hardest? Which the clean think they're the hardest, or which people say is the hardest?
I'll probably say the North side for real, for real. To be honest, probably more active. It's a lot more different neighborhoods and shit up on the North side too. But I mean, it's hard, bro. It's hard. It's hard. Cause it's definitely some real active hoods on the South side, but on the South side we got fucking it really start after like the 50s, like say like after like 50th for Market, it start kind of getting active, but anything below that, it's like a lot of white people and hippies and it's near like University City. So a major part of the south side of West Philly ain't really like that for real, for real. Kind of. So that's probably why I give North Side the edge because it's just more, it's way more fucking land that they occupy in West Philly.
Mm.
Yeah, it's
wow.
At 54th and Ray Streets, just past 2 p.m. Philadelphia police sources tell me Higgs stayed on scene at the store after shooting 2 armed juveniles, killing a 15-year-old and critically wounding a 16-year-old shot in the face. Philadelphia police sources identify the 15-year-old as Seth Marshall, who was shot and killed while armed with this semi-automatic gun with an extended magazine. Witnesses inside the store picked it up and put it under a car across the street to keep it from being used as they ran out of the store. Police found it and took it in. One of 3 guns recovered. Police say the 16-year-old also had a gun that was found inside the store. Police sources tell me that Higgs has a permit to legally carry a concealed weapon. Police took his gun that day too. As he told detectives, he fired at the 2 teenagers in self-defense. Sources say
So you think that all the Carmelo Anthony black people will support this guy in his self-defense claim?
Wait, he shot at the teens?
Yeah, 2 son teens that was armed, and they was trying to rob. They was trying to rob him. He shot him.
Man, you
to
know, some
Man,
sisters
it's
are
not
gonna
about
be
to get
like,
no attention, bro.
yeah, some sisters are gonna be like, man, they was just kids.
Yeah, definitely. But this is self-defense to me. I mean, like
Hell yeah.
those son teens, people just don't understand how dangerous young people. people try to like equate youth. Youth means nothing with blacks.
Bingo. That's so true.
It
Like
means-
but like by the time I was in middle school, like the sons that I met, they may as well have already been in high school.
Yeah.
Like they were like ahead. They were like already like knew how to do stuff with girls and stuff. Like they were like so far ahead already.
Advanced, yeah, exactly. Manipulative mind games and all that shit.
I think that's biology. I think that it was some biology that had to do with the Sunmen already knowing, you know,
Yep.
shit with women and like not women but little girls and shit. You think that's some sort of biology shit, where it's like they get started a little early?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely start early. Definitely.
Without a doubt. Son babies walk faster, talk faster than other babies. They, we invent, but we plateau at 14. That's
Yeah.
when we plateau.
But like physically or mentally?
Oh, mentally, yeah, definitely not
Oh,
physically.
mentally, okay.
Yeah, like as far as like when I say plateau, I'm not saying like you. I'm talking about like as far as it levels off. Like you
Right.
stop. You basically stuck at 14 as far as mentally. Now you might learn some shit. You probably teach your son man some shit. You know what I'm saying? But he basically a 14. He or she is a 14-year-old.
They stop. That's when they stop developing. For the most part.
I definitely agree with that. Especially it was like impossible to not notice. Like once the like high school started, like the sons could not do math anymore. Like they couldn't do it.
Damn.
Like it was over. Like the schools could push them through like the middle school math, right, with all the other kids, and they could like kind of hang around and like kind of get pushed through it. But like once high school came, like the math classes were like de facto segregated.
Literally. No, I remember that too. Literally.
Yeah, because as you learn, as you go further and progress deeper and deeper into math, is the concepts become more abstract. It's not just like
it's not
what's
physical
10
anymore.
divided by 2, and you could just pull your fingers out or some shit. Sort of quick heuristic to get to like a shortcut answer. It starts to become way more thought based. Like you have to, way more abstract, way more conceptual.
Yeah, because if you're using your fingers, right, like your physical fingers to help you do math, that's really not math. That's just memorization, memorizing tricks. That's
Yeah,
not
so
actually
here,
like really
you
doing
got
math.
your little heuristic for how to just, you don't really have to think about it.
Yeah.
Wait, so then how do we have black doctors and stuff like that? Like,
I mean, bro,
Man,
dude, you
they apply
the
themselves.
exception proves the rule. It
Yeah, bell
doesn't
curve.
disprove it.
Yeah, nobody said that like there's no black. And then plus
Yeah, like, come on, man.
77% of the 77% of the black doctors come from Nigeria. So they're coming from a place where there's a gazillion blacks. So they're coming from a big pool, and the families over there that produce those blacks, they are so strict when it comes to education. I'm talking about whippings and like for instance, my family members on that side, when they get in trouble, man, when they would get in trouble, it's 100 lashes. It ain't
right.
oh, you crying bloody murder at 50, they gonna stop. No, it's 100. Like disappointing your parents, that culture over there, like what you would call like
sounds like some Asian shit.
It's a little bit different. With Asian, they have honor. This is external honor. Like
This is the
Asian got
group.
honor.
Just
naturally.
group like you'll do what I say or I'll hit you.
This is your elders. Yo, do you understand? If I wasn't a son man from like America, if my mother didn't leave in the middle of the night, every time I saw a Nigerian elder, I would have to fall on my face. Yeah, fall on my face. My cousins that's my same age, when they see the elders, they get on the ground and lay down in front of them. Yeah.
Not only that, but like when you say things about Nigerians and like tigers, I can't help but like juxtapose that with gliders because we're the exact opposite. We're not like beaten over the head to perform. It's like almost the exact opposite. Like a glider, parents will just be like, son, daughter, just be a good person, do what you want to do, and just the bell curve, a certain portion of us will naturally just, become like an Isaac Newton or whatever. But like we're not like bred like machines almost like other races and cultures are to perform. We're just built different, kind of.
Yo, you have to bow. Like I'm the type of person I don't do that. So it's like they know I'm an American. Like when I come in, I don't do that shit. I'm an American. I don't bow to nobody.
So they
But
look at you like you're dishonoring their entire culture.
no, they know the history. They know I was brought over here when they
So they
remember
don't
when
hold you to that. They
not
don't
to
have the
that.
expectation of you. Okay.
No, they don't because it's like you understand, like I'm like a son, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got none of that. The son, the American took all that out of me, right? Like, look at this. This is how you have to do it. This is what they do when they see an elder. That's what my cousins and shit do. Like that's my same age. That's what they do when they see the elder. And the elders are always around. Like you go to this house. Like when I'm in Queens or New York, and I go up there. They ride with my cousin. We go to this spot, go to that spot, and it's a lot of Nigerians. Like just Nigerians everywhere, right? That's what they do when they see the elder. They just do that. It's like wow. I be like, and I be standing right there, and they know who I am. Like some of the, especially if it's the elders that know who I am, that know my father, because my father's kind of like a big man over there in their little circle. You know what I'm saying, in Nigeria, and my uncle too. So it's like they just be looking at me, and I be like, I don't even really be thinking about it. I just don't bow. Like
You just
I just
look
be
at them like nigga, please.
not even no. I just be like, "What's up?" I just be like, "Hey," I be like, "How you doing?" I give him a hug or something like that. I don't like that. It just I just don't. I just never did that. Like I never did this for my mom. I never did this for anybody. You know what I'm saying? And you have to do that for elders. That's just what they do. But I think it's good though. This type of shit. I think these sons need this type of structure. I don't think it would be a bad thing if American sons had this type of structure and reverence for their elders. Just a
Sons,
structure.
sons need structure. If not,
Yeah,
they be running
exactly.
wild.
Exactly. And this is the structure that the Nigerian doctors come from. I mean, the 77% of the doctors in America that qualify as so-called black, they come from this type of culture, the Igbo or the Yoruba. You know what I'm saying?
This also shows that like this culture could never have innovated on their own. This is another reason why. Like the whole IQ thing aside.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll explain that a little bit.
Like if this is basically just like Chinese emperor worship, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, yeah, if the white man has already discovered medicine and wrote a medical textbook, then I think some Nigerians that are externally motivated very hard with this type of like family structure, I think could memorize that medical textbook and do well in medical school. But for that same reason, they never could have come up with that medical knowledge on their own.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, no doubt. I
And
definitely
Indians and Chinese, they're the same. Despite having higher IQ, they're the same. It's the same shit.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. You're talking about the like you said, innovation, the thirst for knowledge, the thirst to discovery. That's the one thing that the white man guy they like discovering things and shit.
Yeah, like if you like, if you're so like, if you're so externally motivated, it kind of strips all natural like originality or curiosity you might have out of you, right? And it's just not natural for gliders to do that type of stuff. It's just not how any glider I really knew.
You know, I heard a theory that the reason gliders be able to like think ahead is because they grew up in cold environments, so they had to think like, okay, winter's coming up, I gotta build this, I gotta do this. But suns in Africa, since it's always hot, they don't gotta worry about like in a few months it's gonna be freezing cold. They could just like live for the moment type shit. That's why gliders will be thinking ahead and they'll build stuff and save firewood and all that. But suns, they just gotta go get a mango and they good. Like
Yeah, that's a theory people throw around. Like it's no doubt probably a combination of things, right? Nobody really will ever fully know, but I mean, I'm sure it makes sense to me. Same in like Hawaii, right? The native Hawaiians, they weren't fucking doing anything because
yeah,
they didn't need to.
yeah.
It's a piece of the puzzle. I agree that's a piece of the puzzle, but I don't think that's the whole story because we didn't mate with Neanderthals, and we made it with another pre hominid or what does it call it, right? And they can't figure out. I think they call it Denisovians. You ever heard that?
Yeah, you're like 20% that, I think.
Yeah, so it's like that has a lot to do with it. Like if they made it, if the gliders and the Asians made it with
The
a certain
Neanderthals,
other
yeah.
type of person, and we didn't mate with that person and made it with a whole other type of person, I think that's a huge piece of the puzzle too.
Right. Yeah, that's like a whole
You
different dating show there.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
That's matchmaker on a global scale.
yeah. So it's like we're fundamentally different.
Yeah, like quite literally different.
Yeah. And you know what I'm saying? And that other hominid, they don't know shit about the Neanderthals, but they don't know a fucking thing about that other hominid that we, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, it wasn't even talked about, the Denisovan thingy, up until recently.
So they don't know what that thing was. It was a fucking, because you could pretty much look at us and tell it was what it might have been, but they can't. They don't even know about what they made it with the Neanderthal. They know very little about the Neanderthals.
Now to black fatigue, it has recently been turned into a feeling that some white and black people have who say they are damn tired of foolishness of some black people, the claims of racism from sunup to sundown, loud talking, fighting, and the list goes on. Not my list now, keep that in mind. But some people are tired of the complaints and don't give a damn. Here's what one TikTok user had to say about it.
Not racist, and I know y'all have been told this is racist, but it's not. It's not racist to call black people out for their behavior and what they're doing to society at this moment. I'm glad people are noticing this because it's been so many years and it's finally catching up to y'all. I've been trying to tell y'all that white people are tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all too, but everybody, the world is getting sick of y'all and y'all's. I'm so glad this day is here. I've been trying to get out there that you people need help. It's me, but me and other black conservatives. We've been trying to warn society that this is what it's going to come to when y'all keep coddling black people.
All righty. Are her feelings valid? Joining us to talk about it, Dr. Angela Jones, political analyst, Angela Box, activist, Eugene Howard, filmmaker Sean Welling, and conservative M. Williams. We want to thank you all for joining us here on The Factor. First of all, let's define what Black fatigue is supposed to be, Dr. Jones.
Black fatigue is supposed to be just and I'm trying to make it as short as possible. Basically, society is saying that they're tired of how Black people are blaming things that have happened to us historically in the past on what's happening.
She's a mulatto.
She
Well,
ain't
not a
no doctor.
mulatto. She's not a mulatto, but she got them loose curls, and she got that. You can tell she got a lot of
The good
other
her.
blood, and so she probably got to go extra hard.
For sure.
Just because, you know what I'm saying, it just she got to prove she Black
today. And they are also now adding different things that they have seen in society to that behavior as well. As she said, like loud mouthing, or maybe, using certain words or certain behaviors in public. So that's basically the definition in a short sense.
Do we get anywhere with that, with this conversation?
No, this absolutely
okay, good night,
is
folks.
I mean, the thing is, it's an absolutely pointless conversation. It's like, okay, so now what? Thank you for letting us know that there's a new fancy word of you saying that you're tired of Black people. Mm-hmm. And you put it on the internet, and now people are co-signing on it, including with the way the environment is already. But it's okay. You put a nice new name to it, and now you feel like it's okay to say. And it's not going to do anything for anybody to now pander this term around, to pass it on in the internet and put it in people's mouth and make people feel encouraged to say, I have Black fatigue. But when we're all tired, when I'm saying, we're all tired of something and somewhere, there's always something. Mm-hmm. So this is not actually going to help anyone psychologically, mentally, emotionally. It's only going to create more divisiveness, more anger, and more hate in society.
And when we see a lot of people, especially Black people, joining that chorus, mm-hmm. saying that I'm tired of Black people too, mm-hmm. what will that do?
It's not going to do anything, because here's the thing, that Black person or the Black people that are on the internet saying that can go somewhere and they're going to be already stereotyped into the group that they're trying to separate themselves from just because they're Black. You actually have to be around people to see their behavior. You have to witness their behavior to actually understand who they are. But she could sit there and be in a crowd of a room of Black people, and guess who she's going to be included in that group as well. She's not doing anything that is going to help her or her race at this time.
All right, Angela, let's hear from you. Your thoughts about this Angela. Black fatigue.
Well, with all due respect to Angela, number one, I really disagree with this. It is a completely behavior-based issue. And when white people, Black people, Hispanic people are saying we have Black fatigue because of the behavior of some Black people, we've all seen it. We all know what it is. It's everywhere. And, the issue is way more insidious than people realize. And I talk about how a lot of these things come back to what the Democrat Party has done to the Black community purposefully, starting with the Great Society of Lyndon B. Johnson, who he famously said, I'm going to have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. When Democrats said you don't need fathers in the home, you can be on welfare and have as many babies as you want. And oh, by the way, we're going to destroy public schools, and we're going to make sure that behavior standards are seen as racist. So the out of control behavior that we've seen in the classrooms, in society, all over, is part and parcel of what the Democrat Party has done to the Black community.
All right, Eugene, let's hear from you before we have to take a break.
Man, why are we all? What does the Democrat Party have to do with Black fatigue?
Everything.
Hold on. Okay, first of all, I think he asked Eugene. So last time I checked, I'm Eugene on stage. So the Democratic Party has nothing to do with Black fatigue. What the original term from the actual Black community of Black fatigue was after every other community decided to vote. Since you want to talk politics, Donald Trump, then Black folks said, we're going to sit this one out. We're going to let this thing burn down, and we're going to go have a good time because we're tired. We have been struggling. Our grandparents, our great-grandparents, our great-great-great-great-great-grandparents have been fighting this same fight. So if you guys want to turn around, he said the N-word, why don't you guys feel so comfortable? Just say it. Just go ahead and say the N-word. We're if it's so okay, if you're so fatigued, if you don't want to recognize the civil rights plight, go ahead and say the N-word. No one's stopping you. It's a free country.
this guy right here is a terrible example for a black man. Like it's like I'm not even trying to be funny, but it's like if I was even the black woman on this panel, I disagree with everything she said, but she was represented. She was like she represented herself well. The white woman, I disagree with everything that white woman said, but she represented herself well. This guy, he's a buffoon, man.
But the white lady said, what?
Yeah, I disagree. It's DNA. It's DNA. It ain't nothing.
Oh, okay, that's what you're saying.
I don't believe the Democratic Party. I believe it's DNA. I believe the Democratic Party is just it exacerbates it, but it's DNA. This guy, what he's doing is black fatigue. Like he's just being like
obnoxious.
Yeah, he's black fatigue in a nutshell. He's just being wild and out of control, and look how sassy he is and how confrontational he is. He's not making any sense.
Nope.
He's the activist version of what's that guy who got choked out on the train?
By the white guy?
Daniel Penny?
Neely.
Jordan Neely.
Jordan Neely.
Yeah.
He's the activist version of that. Whereas like that guy was a Michael Jackson impersonator. This is an activist doing this exhibit same thing.
So last time I checked, I'm Eugene on stage. So the Democratic Party has nothing to do with black fatigue. What the original term from the actual black community of black fatigue was after every other community decided to vote. Since you want to talk politics, Donald Trump, then black folks said, we're going to sit this one out. We're going to let this thing burn down.
What the fuck?
The fuck is he talking about?
The new definition. We're not talking about the old definition.
Yeah, but he can't help it though. Like just the childlike mind. Like you said, plateau at 14 years old. So like he.
95% of black women voted for Kamala. So what's he talking about that they sat out?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, black people always like to say that type of shit. Oh, we're gonna sit this one out. Meanwhile, they're the ones who are always causing problems. So, like, you just can't take them seriously.
You can't.
Down and we're going to go have a good time because we're tired. We have been struggling. Our grandparents, our great-grandparents, our great-great-great-great-great-grandparents have been fighting this same fight. So if you guys want to turn around, he said the N-word. Why don't you guys feel so comfortable? Just say it. Just go ahead and say the N-word. We're if it's so okay, if you're so fatigued, if you don't want to recognize the civil rights plight, go ahead and say the N-word. No one's stopping you. It's a free country,
I don't
right?
need show, Eugene.
I mean, I'm just.
Right, like why you instigating problem? Don't want none of these white people on here want to use the N-word. They said black fatigue. They've said what they wanted to say. He's escalating it to try to cause a irreversible situation or to try to cause chaos. They already said black fatigue. Why not deal with that? Why now? Yeah. No, say the N-word. Like why? Yeah. They already said black fatigue. Why not deal with that?
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to exacerbate and cause chaos and cause a confrontation.
I'm just saying.
To lose me my show.
but that's my point. It's a lot of things that they want to use code words, whether it's DEI, whether it's black fatigue. They just want to be able to say the N-word without being able to say the N-word.
So do you not find certain behaviors objectionable? Or you
listen, I live in a real community. I see a whole bunch of unruly white folks, Hispanic folks. So it's not just the black community, but we always want to emphasize on black when it's negative.
All right, we'll take a break there. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue our discussion after the break. Welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. We continue our discussion on black fatigue tonight. The feeling involves the stress that some black people deal with when it comes to constant exposure to racism. But there are people on both sides and inside and outside the black community who say they are tired of hearing about it. Our guests are back here on The Factor. Eminderlin,
He said constant exposure to racism as if that's a fact. That's a fucking lie. Black people are not dealing with constant exposure to racism. Black people are dealing with Black people are living their best lives, man. Black people have it wonderful in America. There's no constant exposure to racism.
I mean, they're the if anything, they're the perpetrators of racism and antisocial behaviorhood.
For real.
Like that's the people who are violent and robbing people and causing problems that are not necessary.
Yeah, who was hitting the old black? I mean, the old Asian ladies in New York City. Black guys.
Yeah, and there's a video by actual justice warrior I want to play next. Now that I
Oh, that's a
thought
good.
about it.
I like his show.
Yeah,
I'm curious. I haven't seen his stuff in a while. I wonder if he's coming around to the DNA part yet.
I'll play it next.
Tonight, the feeling involves the stress that some Black people deal with
Nick
when it
Tow's in the
comes to
back.
constant exposure to racism. But there are people, both on both sides and inside and outside the Black community, who say they are tired of hearing about it. Our guests are back here on the fact that, Emenderlin, let's begin with you. As a conservative, your thoughts about Black fatigue.
Well, whether you like Black fatigue as a name or not, it's the truth. Like, we're tired of the victimhood mentality, the trauma identification, the need for external, agreement. That's ridiculous. That's terrible for the Black community right now. That's terrible for the children growing up. I mean, there's so many broken homes, and I think that's the core foundation. Number one, I believe the core foundation is that the parents fail to not only unify the home, but also fail to put true identity in God in the children. So if you don't have identity in God, you don't have identity at all. That's number one.
Do you at all see the Black community as a lost cause or just
Absolutely
some
not.
individuals? What?
I don't believe the Black community is a lost cause at all. I just believe that we need to stop as a whole with all of this complaining. We need to move past the past and become better. As an American, my parents were actually Nigerian. They came here in the 80s and they grew up here. They had me and my brothers, and we're all successful and not one complaint through our entire childhood. They said, work for what you need, work for what you're gonna.
see what I'm saying? The difference between someone from that culture, new guy.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we understand. It's like the whole filtering effect and all that kind of stuff. But like my analysis here is, let's say at very most, maybe we could get 10% of Black people on the Black fatigue train. But the problem is, of that 10%, only 10% of that 10% would ascribe it to DNA.
Not even
Exactly. So
Yeah.
so in other words, it's not like true Black fatigue.
Of all the biggest YouTubers, name one. The biggest conservative YouTubers, name one that subscribes to DNA.
Hawk Nation. I just named one.
I'm not big.
Okay.
I'm talking about the ones with 600, 500 million. Which one of them?
Yeah. So Anthony Bryan, that's a fail.
Yeah.
Black conservative, or the Hodge twins. They talk about DNA
Yeah,
now.
they do.
But do they subscribe to it?
APL is still conservative.
I don't know.
Yeah, Anthony Bryan Logan is a conservative Black guy, and he's your standard. It's culture.
Yeah.
I'm just going off his recent tweets. It sounds like he's on the anti-white shit too, man.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because he might be following in the steps of like the amazing Lucas.
Nah, Anthony Bryan Logan ain't go that far. Amazing Lucas dropped. Amazing Lucas. I remember when he did it. He made one video like just all ultra conservative clowning blacks. Like he was like Myron Gaines. If you want to know what Amazing Lucas was like, he was Myron Gaines.
I remember. It wasn't that long ago.
People might think I talks harsh. Oh my god.
No, but
that nigga Myron goes fucking ham on niggas, bro.
No, but Myron's not a DNA guy though.
Myron talks to niggas like a true Sandman, bro. I was like, holy shit.
But the next day, Amazing Lucas, he went from Myron Gaines to goddamn Tariq Nasheed and shit. Like in one day. That shit was so crazy. It wasn't an evolution.
He's
It wasn't
not
an
like
evolution.
he's not like Tariq Nasheed. Isn't he just like a standard liberal nigga, or is he
Yeah,
really
no,
on
no,
some
but
Tariq Nasheed shit?
no, what I'm saying is like if you watch Amazing Lucas videos now, he's the way he was towards white people, that's the same way he was towards black people. It wasn't an evolution. It was like from one video to the next.
Yeah. So straight flip flop.
It was like so contrived and so like it's some agenda. I don't know what his motive was.
So you think he doesn't actually believe what he's saying?
No, hell no, hell no, hell no. Because
So
you
he's
can't do
grifting.
that.
Grifting.
No, because it would have been an evolution. It would have been you would have seen him
Yeah.
go soft, like what you saying about ABL or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen that, but I mean, what I'm saying is, you would
Look
have
at
seen
it.
him going
Look at
soft.
ABL's tweet. You'll see what I'm talking
All right,
about.
all right. Well,
What did he say?
but hold on.
He's
It'd
just
have
been
been
on.
like
Yeah, go on.
it's been like he was going soft, and then he was going softer, and then he was going softer, and then he would have like fell into the Amazing Lucas. One video to the next, those two back-to-back videos were Myron Gaines. The next video he was fucking goddamn Angela Rye or some shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like that fast. So it couldn't have been authentic because it was something like maybe he saw the writing on the wall, because I think it was 2020. I think he saw the writing on the wall. He probably thought the conservative movement was over, and the grift was with the liberal shit, and he just jumped on that, and he's been on it ever since.
Somebody said he changed after that. Did you see that debate he had with Tatum? It was about if he catches some dude trying to do something to his daughter in the bathroom, are you justified in just straight up deleting them? Did you see that debate they had?
Nah, I didn't see that.
I think your mic is cracking up.
I think that's what they're talking about.
Mine?
After that conversation, he turned into a bleeding heart progressive.
Okay.
I'm not sure though, so I was just asking.
Well, I didn't see that, but yeah. Let me move on.
Get, and you will get it. God placed talent in all of us, black, white, whatever you may call yourself, but God placed all of these great things within us. Why should I now say, oh, well, a white person thinks this of me, or there's racism here and there? I don't think about that. I don't wake up every morning and have racism and all of these negative things on my mind. I move forward and I move past that.
All right, Sean, let's hear from you. Your thoughts about this conversation and the term that we now hear.
And again, I was so taken by your speech. The term we're talking about is black. What was it again?
Fatigue.
Okay. So on black fatigue, come from somebody, and I think I agree with her tremendously, having a school for 3 decades, was the first hip hop dance school in the country. It's a cancer to tell a young kid that they're oppressed, that they're less than, and the world's against them. Right from the beginning, you're setting a standard by which they have to overcome something, when really you need to put God in them and tell them how great things are for them.
You hear
So
this
I was
shit,
never
man?
around black people to complain. All the actors
Right.
and dancers I was around, they had a sense of purpose. They were dynamic, and they never complained. So to me, it's really what I get is in social media is a lot of white people complaining and creating this problem, saying, look, watch out, these people are in trouble. I'm like, back off. Let them create their own destiny.
Absolutely.
So I don't see that as being the black issue. I see more of a liberal white situation when they're not even in a position to complain or talk about it.
Black people don't want to create their own destiny, bro.
Dr. Jones?
The conversation that we're having here is whether black fatigue is a real thing. But the problem is that the reason this topic has come back up is because of the viral video that recently came out of the woman that called a 5-year-old autistic kid the N-word. And then she raised $700,000 by a Christian organization, and I am Christian as well, so I just want to put that out there as well. And she raised $300,000 from another organization. I don't know if she actually got that money, but then this video from the person who originally started putting this on TikTok came out in reference to that.
Yeah.
Now, I am a first-generation American as well, and I was taught a certain way as well, but what we cannot ignore is the things that have set us back as a community. The reason we are not where we're supposed to be is because we are still only a couple of decades away from what we have been oppressed from and the things that we have gone
Constantly
from.
looking at the past.
My
Really quick, let Dr. Jones talk.
Okay. And so my grandmother, who just passed away last week, was there for the civil rights, was there for everything like that. And I was there to see all of those things as well. It cannot be ignored that these things are still oppressing our community. I understand, and I actually agree. Like, I was instilled hard work, go to school, do what you're supposed to do. And I did, but I'm not going to sit there and ignore as though the people in my community, not everyone had that opportunity. So at the end of the day, to say yes, we're tired of it, but let's go in every community. We could sit there and say there's white fatigue. There's
Who
Hispanic
doesn't have
fatigue.
the opportunity?
There's Asian
bro?
fatigue.
What?
There's fatigue in everywhere. But the problem is that they're always emphasizing the Black community as the pitch. It's the behavior in every
The behavior is the problem. Now, here's what's disgusting. We're coming up on the 5-year
And we got 30
anniversary
seconds,
of
guys.
the St. George, Florida fentanyl dying. And every white liberal, and excuse me, every white liberal on planet Earth said that George Floyd is the epitome of Black people, and we had billions and billions of dollars that didn't cause his death. That wasn't murdered.
That's off topic.
Millions and millions of dollars.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, what a fucking shit show that was. That was a waste of 11 minutes. God damn, we can never get that time back. That's so sad.
Yeah, that was Negro babble. This is where I'm always. That's why I can't deal with the conservatives, bro. They don't even entertain DNA, bro. It's like how much different are y'all than the liberals, bro? Y'all both on the culture shit.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Think it's the white man. That's
here's the thing though. They're into winning elections, and they don't want to make the same mistake that the left did by going so far to the left. But the left went all the way to the left, and the right is trying to not go all the way to the right. So I think that is a good strategy. I think yeah, you can policy like it's DNA without saying it's DNA. You don't have to say it's DNA. You can just
that's a good point.
Because that's the far right, and the far right won't win you no elections, just like the far left won't win you no elections.
Well, I think what Nigtow is saying though is he kind of resents calling that DNA position as right in of itself. Like, it's just orthogonal to the left-right paradigm. It's not really a right position to have. It's just like,
well, racism is the domain of the right. That's the way the country is framed. Anytime a cop kills somebody, whether it's a Democrat president or Democrat governor or Democrat mayor, they always blame racism on the right. You know what I mean? Anytime there's something racist, the right gets blamed for it.
True.
A Federal Hill couple is recovering after police say they were assaulted by a group of juveniles.
Investigators say one juvenile was armed with a 2x4 with nails. Hi, Mary. Baltimore police confirm no arrests have been made in this case. We did obtain the 911 dispatch audio, which indicates one of these suspects may have been as young as 8 years old. Take a listen.
The Fesco Street. Female on open line states that a large group vandalized her home, then attacked her. Weapon involved 2x4 with nails, bricks. 5 to 6 number one males. One of them very young, possibly 8 years old, in a blue hoodie. And we're going to have a number 2 male with it's going to be minor puncture wounds to his torso.
Imagine for a moment that there was a neighborhood in a United States city that was 87% black. Now, this neighborhood was known for actually having very low crime compared to the surrounding city. However, there seems to be a series of incidents, a lot of them, but not all of them, involving juveniles that happen to be white, coming into the area and just committing disgusting acts of violence against the people who who lived in this particular area to the point where they feel like they need to be driven away. Again, even though they represent the majority of the population of this particular area, even though they've built a community over the course of generations, even though compared to the rest of the city, when you look at the different buildings in this particular neighborhood, they look absolutely fantastic. They've decided that they need to pack up and leave, and this is a growing sentiment due to the fact that the youths, a minority of youths in this hypothetical white youths, are coming in and attacking them, throwing rocks, hitting them with 2x4s, and causing all sorts of chaos. Well, unfortunately, this is the reality for the Federal Hill neighborhood of Baltimore. However, the races are reversed from how I presented it in the open. This is an area that is 87% white, and for whatever reason, even though this is traditionally a safer area of Baltimore, in that they don't have a lot of homicides in this particular neighborhood, it turns out there is an uptick in juvenile crime, people coming in and trashing the place. And one of the notable incidents that caught my attention from this week was an incident involving youths that were throwing rocks at a couple and ended up striking a couple with the 2x4 that had nails in it, in a senseless crime that, again, is becoming all more common in the Federal Hill neighborhood of Baltimore. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give you.
Now, I spoke with that male victim off camera. He didn't want to talk, but Baltimore police confirmed the attack happened outside their home here on Patapsco Street near South Charles Street in the early evening back on Sunday, May 11th. Investigators say the juveniles used their hands, rocks, and a 2x4 with nails sticking out of it during this assault. The nails were told caused puncture wounds to the male victim. Both refused medical treatment. Now, you may recall just last week we showed you this line of cars with shattered windshields, also in Federal Hill. Neighbors say juveniles were to blame, as well as for an assault on a woman near Rashfield. We're told young people dumped dirty water on her head. A community leader then said he's voiced his concerns with city and state leaders and agencies, but the cases continue, and he believes it's time for a national platform.
The police are doing everything that they can. I know that they are doing an exceptional job with technology, tracking down these individuals, identifying them, getting warrants, arresting them. But then when it goes to the next phase of the accountability part, DJS just lets them go. And they're back here on the street. I've spoken to every elected leader. I think the only way that something is going to change now is if it becomes a national issue and if the national media put it on TV.
Now, look, the reason I presented this hypothetical to you guys in the beginning of this video in the way that I did is because obviously, had this been an issue of 87% of this neighborhood being a black neighborhood, it being a peaceful neighborhood where not a lot of crime goes down, however, the youth from a neighboring white area ends up coming in and tearing up the joint, attacking people at random, people would infer that there was some kind of racial motivation. If you heard from a bunch of different residents in this neighborhood about how they don't feel safe where they grew up, where their community is, and now they're considering leaving.
This is becoming really dangerous, you know, and you don't want to be walking around the streets. It's scary.
For Boyd, as the crimes continue coming in, her family is now considering moving out.
We love our community and we don't want to leave. But when this type of thing happens, it's almost as if, you know, and I don't want to be at that point.
This would be reported by the national media as of these people being driven out by the evil white racist youths that don't respect the peaceful black people. However, race is not even mentioned throughout the course of this segment, and I've gone down the rabbit hole on this Federal Hill area, and one of the things that I discovered is that they will wait to have a homicide as compared to the rest of Baltimore until like 6 or 7 months throughout the course of the year, because traditionally, this is a safe enclave. This is a separate area from Baltimore proper, even though it's in the city, due to the fact that the population just doesn't act in the way that they do in the rest of Baltimore. However, we do have an uptick in.
He is right, though, that like this Federal Hill neighborhood is such a nice neighborhood, and it's being terrorized. It's different than PG County, where you have nice neighborhoods that are being terrorized by Sons. Nice black neighborhoods that would be being terrorized. This is a nice white neighborhood that's 100% being terrorized by teens and young people as young as 8 from another race. That is something that you would think during the Black fatigue time they would be able to get that as a national story. But no one cares. No one gives a shit. No one gives a shit.
Yeah, because they white.
Here goes Federal Hill. Here goes the let's see what type of place this is.
I've lived in the neighborhood now. Is
Okay.
the gazebo. And
Who's gonna do a fucking walking tour? This guy.
Today, we are doing something special. We are doing a tour here of Federal Hill. So I'm going to take you around. I'm going to show you some of the great spots to check out in Fed Hill. And more importantly, what life is like here. So let's go check out Federal Hill and see everything you can do in this amazing part of Baltimore. This home group of eXp Realty. Hey, if this is your first time to our channel and you're looking to learn all about Maryland, great news, you're in the right spot. We do videos talking about living, but we need one thing from you. And that's a circular dome on it. That's Light Street. And then it turns into Key Highway once you make a left down there on Light Street. And runs right up along here. All of the city over here.
Look how beautiful this is. This is by the harbor too.
Until you get to the buildings, pretty much here on the other side. You're going to ride the water all the way down on the other side. It's sort of the boundaries of Federal Hill. So let's take a peek and sort of give you some landmarks to check out. So right here, these are the residences at Ritz-Carlton. Very, very nice facilities, homes rather, right on the water here in Baltimore. You've got the harbor right here. Then you've got Rusty Scuffer Restaurant, which is fantastic. It's a great spot to get seafood, and as you can see, you're overlooking the water. Now, the triangle-shaped building right behind it is the Baltimore National Aquarium. It's got that bridge in between it. It's a world-famous aquarium we absolutely love here in Baltimore. Just beyond that, the next building, the tall building in the left of that, is the World Trade Center. You can go up to the top floor there and actually view pretty much all of Baltimore. The view is fantastic. The building's building with the green roof just beside it, that's 2 stories, is Harbor Place. And there's a second building on the other side. So there's a mix of shopping as well as some really good restaurants inside there.
Ended up leaving here on the southern side of the park. So that's Federal Hill Park for you.
All right, here we are inside the Cross Street Market. I came in on the Light Street side, but what you can see is
you can't help but to be struck by how clean everything is, can you?
For real.
Like, because I mean, let's just be honest, man. Like, we haven't seen a speck of litter on the ground anywhere. It's just
right down Charles Street, including Mother's Grill right here, as well as Rope Walk Tavern, which is just a little bit further down here on Charles Street. So check both of those amazing places out.
So what are the pros and cons of living in Federal Hill? Well, number one, you get a neighborhood-like atmosphere, which is these tree-lined streets and so much more. There's so many community events right here in Fed Hill that you'll absolutely love, okay? Another thing is you're close to Interstate 95. So those of you traveling down to, say, Washington, D.C. for work are going to be able to get on the highway relatively easily. Now, drawbacks. Let's talk about the 2 big elephants in the room, right? And those are this. Parking, as you can see, all around me is a pretty hot commodity around here. So parking, quite honestly, this is probably the worst part of the city for parking. So when you're looking for a home, you really want to look for a place with a dedicated parking spot if you can find it. The other thing that's a challenge in Federal Hill is, quite honestly, sometimes the affordability. Prices can be a little bit higher than some other parts of the city.
Okay, so this is a nice neighborhood. Great neighborhood, man. And blacks are literally
fucking it up.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, I
like
mean, terrorizing people.
terraforming it into Africa.
Yeah. They fuck up everything, I'm telling you. They fucked
Look
up
at this.
spring break.
Fuck up everything, literally.
Look at these stories from Federal Hill, from this neighborhood.
And tonight, juvenile crime remains a top concern for city residents, from shattered car windows to store break-ins. Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor has details of a late-night crime spree leaving Federal Hill residents on edge. Rebecca.
Yeah, a series of incidents took place last night here on Riverside Avenue. Police have yet to confirm if any of the cases were connected, but according to residents we spoke with, they believe that it could be the same group of juveniles that they say has been terrorizing this neighborhood for weeks now.
It keeps happening over and over again.
Video?
Along Riverside Avenue in Federal Hill, a string of shattered windshields.
Okay, that's the thing. Well, watch this video. Check out this video.
The mother of a 19-year-old shot in Federal Hill is speaking out as her daughter fights for her life tonight.
Tonight, she's sharing her child's story with Fox 45 News while the search for her daughter's shooter continues. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kai Jackson.
And I'm Mary Bubala. The young woman has been in critical condition since the shooting happened Sunday. One other person was also injured.
Fox 45's Alexa Ashwell talked with the girl's mother and joins us live with her plea from outside of shock trauma downtown. Alexa?
Yes, Kai, Mary, very sad. The mother tells me things are very touch and go here at Shock Trauma. She says her daughter is on life support.
Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or the Super Chat. Let's see if we can get some more supporters tonight, man. Some more sponsors, man. This has been a great show, man. I hope you guys enjoying the show, man. The only channel still talking about black fatigue, man.
And paralyzed from the neck down. Still, the family very hopeful.
Paralyzed. Wow.
But
that's
left
terrible.
with many unanswered questions.
This is 19-year-old Cameron Holt, pictured on the beach with her dog. The team from Pasadena now fighting for her life. Here at Maryland Shock Trauma, on life support. And according to her mother, Roxanne Spaeth, paralyzed from the neck down by a single bullet that struck her spine.
Right now we're in a still very critical state. We want to give it some more time to kind of assess the injuries. Right now, she is on life support. She is paralyzed essentially from the neck down. She is able to communicate with us using her eyes. She's blinking twice for yes, moving her eyes side to side for no.
Spaeth saw this surveillance video that captured nearly a dozen gunshots. She says those screams are coming from her other daughter, who was with Cameron and another girlfriend when Cameron was shot while inside her car.
From my understanding, it was two groups firing against one another.
Think about it. You live in this Federal Hill neighborhood, and these two groups of sons that don't fucking live there come there, have a fucking shootout, and then this girl's fucking paralyzed and shit.
Yeah. They can't keep that trash in their own trashy ass neighborhood. They gotta bring it
Think
to the
about
nice
how-
neighborhood.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, I don't even think it's that. I think it's just they just wherever they are. Like if they're like they're there, they see their ops. It's I don't even know if they bring it there. They're there, and then their crime. Like it's almost like a black cloud. You know, like our rain cloud. It's not raining on you because of any reason. It's just it doesn't know that your town is right under it. It just rains because the molecules and shit in the cloud called rain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and if you point to that black cloud, now you're the problem.
For real.
That's like the icing on the cake. That's like the kick in the nuts part about it.
So these girls are sitting in the car in their nice neighborhood. Two sun groups just happen to be coming through, see each other, start shooting at each other. And now this girl's in fucking trauma unit. And she's fighting for her fucking life. And this mom has to be composed. She can't say fucking you fucking niggers. I hate all you fucking niggers. She can't say that.
She would love to.
against one another in Cameron, and then we're just kind of caught in the middle.
The mother says the family had just gathered for a gender reveal party earlier that day, sharing these pictures. She says Cameron, her sister, and a girlfriend decided to head to Federal Hill afterwards. Her car parked here off West Hamburg Street. The mother says the girls had gotten into Cameron's car when two groups began arguing, and as Cameron pulled away, gunshots. Cameron's mother recalling getting that phone call.
I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I couldn't get here fast enough. I think I ran every red light to get here, as any mother would. You know, you just want to be there. You want to wrap your arms around your baby. You want to make sure they're okay. When I saw her, I wanted to switch places with her. I just want answers. I want to know who did this.
Baltimore police are remaining tight-lipped about the investigation. The department has confirmed a 28-year-old man was also shot, but hasn't said what they believe led up to the shooting, who was involved, and if they have any information.
So he's not snitching. So they're not gonna find out what happened. Okay.
Damn, that's some bullshit, yo. That girl was chilling in her whip.
A Federal Hill couple is recovering after police say they were assaulted by a group of juveniles.
Investigators say one juvenile was armed with a 2x4 with nails.
Is this the one we saw?
Fox 45's Alexa
we saw
Ashwell
this.
joins us live in Federal Hill.
It's so much stuff going on down here that it's literally
Gathering at Federal Hill Park, residents and police set for a walk.
As we walk, we're going to go that way, kind of around the park.
A public safety walk through the community. Tina Braun and her husband Mark among the group, calling attention to recent crimes in the area, including cars being vandalized and property stolen from patios. Neighbors pressing police about what's being done about it.
Then I'm always hearing that they're understaffed, so they can't be everywhere at once. But I think it's up to us to call them when we see something.
This walk and residents' concerns coming after an attack that happened in the heart of the community. Police say it happened at Cross and Battery Streets. Investigators say just before 2 a.m, a woman walking in the area was beaten and sexually assaulted. The suspect ran away while the victim raced to the hospital for treatment. Police say it happened in late June, but residents only recently finding out about it. And they're questioning why they were never alerted about the violent attack.
I mean, it's an incredibly serious, violent crime, and we're all really concerned about that. Of course, yeah, you want to know what to watch out for, you want to know what to keep an eye out for, and you want to know how you can help too. And that's a big part of this walk.
On the walk, Major Bennett of the Southern District addressing residents' dissatisfaction over the matter.
That can take all that information.
The major saying the delay in the alert, not intentional, as detectives work the case, including taking the privacy of the victim into account.
These people are active in their community. They're good citizens, man. You know what I mean?
But I gotta ask you though, what do you think about this? Because me and my mother, we be having this like discussion sometimes, because they said that she was out for a walk at 2 a.m, and my mother be saying like, it's not safe, and there's no reason for a young lady to be walking at 2 a.m.
Well, if she's coming from a club, I mean, like if she's coming from a club and going to her car, she has to walk from the club to her car. But yeah, I agree with you. But I mean, like, yeah, if she's walking from a club to her car or a night spot to her car.
Let's just say walking her dog or something, because I think that's what they said.
No, there's no, definitely not. If there's sons around, no, there should be no way, or even on burritos, there's no way a white woman should be walking. Now, I see sisters walking through the hood at all hours of the night, going to see their boyfriends, going to see their baby daddies, getting off of work. it ain't nothing to see a sister walking at night. I mean, it's rare to see anybody really walking at night in Blackistan, but you see sisters coming from work all the time. Because I used to be out there, you know what I'm saying? So I would see sisters getting off the bus, they might work overnight or they might work late, or so they may be booty call or something like that. Sisters walk through the hood, but as a white woman, no, there's no reason at all you should be walking through a residential area in a city at night. No. Absolutely, positively not. But you can walk towards like if you're down at the club district or the restaurant district, you know what I'm saying? Shit zone for that, where there's gonna be a lot of people out, but there's gonna be other people, you know what I mean, that could see you, and you know what I mean, maybe police presence down there. Yeah, you can walk out there at 2:00 in the morning. But even then, like if you walk down the back street, they say you park, you got to park far away. You walk down your back street, you're still like running the risk of getting into trouble. You know what I mean?
Well, some men are like purposefully opportunists too in these types of scenarios. So it's basically you just can't be near them for the most part.
Yeah, look at this.
Think of all those it's quite horrible that what happened to that girl in the last video, but it like reminds me of that Asian girl that was like brutally assaulted and was like basically in a coma in her little wheelchair. Remember that story from like a year ago or so?
Yeah,
but
blinded.
she was like tracked by a sun man, like literally tracked like an animal.
Mm-hmm.
And so, or like who was that white lady who was jogging and she was like an heir to some like billionaire or something?
Yeah, Memphis. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, that type of shit. She was just a fucking like school teacher, and she got like tracked by a sun man.
Yep, it's look at this.
Yeah, I think Nick Tow's in the back.
Calls for DJS Secretary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, people keep dropping out.
Well,
somehow.
as calls for DJS Secretary Vincent Giraldi to step aside continue, residents are joining the discussion about change after a woman was inside of her Federal Hill house when it was hit by a stray bullet. Fox 45's Vincent Hill continues our team coverage with that story. Vincent?
Yeah, Kai, when many students should have been in school, someone was firing a shot here in Fed Hill, hitting a lady's house, and police say teens may be involved.
At the skate park near the Inner Harbor, the sounds of tricks overshadowed by the sounds of a gunshot.
Looks like there's units over at Rash Field investigating a discharging or something from there. Do we have a call?
Police taking a call from a Federal Hill homeowner.
Shots fired. Someone just shot through her window.
One of the bullets striking her house.
I have to say I'm not too surprised.
Baltimore police telling Fox 45 News. Police who responded to the location were told a group of juveniles were seen running away from the area, but they didn't find the suspect. Workers at a nearby business say the suspect's intended target was two other juveniles. The business owner telling Fox 45 they ran inside saying they were being shot at, although police have not confirmed that. According to Baltimore Police Dispatch, the juvenile suspect was last seen by a nearby high school.
Is there any way that we can alert school police? More than likely, he's a high school student at Digital Harbor.
City School says there was no reports of an armed juvenile being arrested inside that school.
In this beautiful neighborhood, there seems to be a lot of not so great activity.
Owen Lyons lives just a few houses away from where that
private security that's paid for by the homeowners around here, but it still persists. It's even more alarming in the middle of the day.
The shot, which could have injured his neighbor, a stark reminder of the juvenile crime crisis.
I think
these whites pay. He went to Cornell, so this is the type of neighborhood that these whites pay for private security. They come out the pocket for private security, and guess what? They're the tax base. This is the tax base. Mm-hmm. If anybody should get first dibs on whatever police officers are left after the blue flu and George Floyd, these motherfuckers should get it.
Facts.
There's no reason they should be told, hey, we don't have enough cops. Hey, we're doing the best we can. These motherfuckers that owe after when tax time come around, these people owe. Those niggas on the other side of town, where there's a cop on every fucking corner and still doesn't do a damn thing. Those niggas getting back $10,000 for their tax time.
Yo,
They
that's so
left
true.
$5,000.
Huh.
They going on trips. They on Carnival cruises, flying Spirit Airlines all over the fucking country. This fucking guy owes when tax time comes around, and he can't. And they got to pay for private security. Unfucking believable, man.
High school.
Before, is there any way that we can alert school police? More than likely, he's a high school student at Digital Harbor.
City School says there was no reports of an armed juvenile being arrested inside that school.
In this beautiful neighborhood, there seems to be a lot of not so great activity.
Owen Lyons lives just a few houses away from where that bullet struck.
We try to monitor it. The police try to monitor it with this private security that's paid for by the homeowners around here. But it still persists, which is even more alarming in the middle of the day.
The shot, which could have injured his neighbor, a stark reminder of the juvenile crime crisis.
I think that's true in the city now of a lot of things, whether it's stray bullets. We are kind of taking a lot more risk these days, it seems.
And the calls from residents to do more about it.
I don't know what the right blend is because they are kids, but clearly there seems to be not enough consequence for that kind of activity because it seems to be prevalent all over Baltimore.
And BPD is investigating what led to that shot being fired here in Fed Hill. Again, that suspect was last seen near Digital Harbor High School. In Fed Hill, Vincent Hill, Fox 45 News.
I'm Kai Jackson. Thank you for...
I mean,
it's insane.
It gets worse and worse. Every video you see about that place. And those seem like nice people. I mean, they're liberals. We know that they fucking, every white person in our nation's a fucking racist to them. They fucking probably want you deported. But
true.
Other than that, they seem like nice people.
True.
Like, I mean, seriously. You think that guy's not a fucking liberal? What the fuck is Cornell?
Yeah, well, even the quote-unquote conservatives are still liberal in terms of DNA, which is really what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah. This is just unbelievable.
Like if we said some crazy shit, that glider and Black conservative perspective would both flip out on us.
For real.
So
he said that. Damn.
You know, like literally the only people I've seen who entertain the idea are the Hodge twins.
Yeah, they do though.
That's it.
Yeah. Let's see this one. Go ahead.
Nah, they be speaking facts. Like they have a podcast, and they had Nick Fuentes on.
Yeah,
and they were talking about that. Like, you know.
Did you see the full podcast with Nick Fuentes? Like, it was a good episode.
No, it was good. It was great. They talked about how like black males are extremely violent, and even the Hodge twins were like, yeah, it's DNA. It's all DNA. You can't fix this.
Some new details about a deadly shooting at a Checkers restaurant in Kissimmee. A worker allegedly shot a customer after he complained about his order.
Yeah, the victim asked to speak to a manager just before he was shot. Fox 35's Stephanie Buffmonte is live at that restaurant with the latest. So, Stephanie, that suspect was in court today.
Smash.
Yes, and those new shocking details were released today. According to a witness, this could have potentially been over a packet of mayo. Now, one person is behind bars and another person is dead. And this happened in a busy area, as you can see, right in Old Town, which is near Fun Spot.
The defendant will be held pursuant to Arthur at no bond.
23-year-old Elijah Mackey in an orange jumpsuit and cuffs, making a first appearance in court Friday. He's charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Osceola County deputies say it was all over a fast food customer complaining about his meal. A witness said he was possibly asking for mayo packets. The arrest affidavit says Wesley Robertson asked to speak with the manager several times after ordering from the front window at Checkers Wednesday night. Deputies say that's when Mackey climbed out of a drive-through window, walked around the side of the building, and started arguing with Robertson. According to an arrest report, that's when Robertson used derogatory language.
Hold on, let me slow this down. Hold on.
Wait. He climbed out the drive-through window?
Hold on, I want to make sure we get this.
Premeditated murder. Osceola County deputies say it was all over a fast food customer complaining about his meal. A witness said he was possibly asking for mayo packets. The arrest affidavit says Wesley Robertson asked to speak with the manager several times after ordering from the front window at Checkers Wednesday night. Deputies say that's when Mackey climbed out of a drive-through window, walked around the side of the building, and started arguing with Robertson. According to an arrest report, that's when Robertson used derogatory language to insult Mackey, and in response, Mackey pulled a gun out of his waistband and shot Robertson.
I told you.
What the fuck?
Right on the N-word, he said derogatory. So they probably.
Yeah, but that's like a lie. Like we don't even. That's not even true. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we don't even know that. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But this glider was foolish because like personally, I'm not asking a black person more than once. Like I'll just be like, hey, do you think I could have some mayo, please? And if it's not a resounding yes, I'm gonna keep it moving. Like I'm not asking a son man anything more than once because that'll just be like getting into a fight immediately, basically.
Yeah, but I'm sure he wasn't expecting all that. I mean,
yeah, he's got his little UFC hat on, thinks he's some badass glider, and then this fucking
No,
monkey
not
just
even
killed him.
Not even that. Is that who the fuck expects all that at a drive-through?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, bro. Nobody pulls up to no drive-through thinking this crazy motherfucker's gonna come out the
through the
drive-through
window.
window. Yeah, who the fuck? Like a fucking chimp for real, and then pull out a gun and shoot him? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. No, that's why like you have to stereotype if you're going to be living in large population. Like if you're going to be bumping up with sons, like rubbing elbows with them because you live in a mixed community, like you just have to treat them differently because they just are.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, like on the job, right? On his job, he shot the dude. Like it's just a total mind-boggling. It's kind of like every fucking trope. Like, well, you got to get these kids jobs. How many times you see some actors say, "We need to get these kids working, man"?
Yeah,
for real. We get them some jobs. They ain't got nothing to do. They ain't got nothing to, like this kid right here. He had a fucking job.
Mm-hmm.
He's already armed at work. Well, which is whatever. Florida, he might need an arm because he's a young man, young black man. He may be interacting with other young black men, so he might need a firearm. Then he uses it.
And it's over mayonnaise. Like it's literally every low IQ monkey fucking trope you could possibly put into one.
Yeah, it's not like the customer was robbing the joint.
No, not at all.
It was like, and then you can't say, well, the customer called me a derogatory word. Negro, you climbed out the window to go argue with
me. Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, you can't explain that in any other way than DNA.
Yeah.
I don't care. Not even 1,000 years of slavery could explain this.
For real. But you know who could explain it? Sisters. They'll say some shit like, "Oh, or I bet he made him feel threatened," and
take his side. Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. You're not gonna find one sister that doesn't take his side. If you did a man on the street and just asked him, every single sister would take his side.
in court Friday. He's charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Osceola County deputies say it was all over a fast food customer complaining about his meal. A witness said he was possibly asking for mayo packets. The arrest affidavit says Wesley Robertson asked to speak with the manager several times after ordering from the front window at Checkers Wednesday night. Deputies say that's when Mackey climbed out of a drive-through window, walked around the side of the building, and started arguing with Robertson. According to an arrest report, that's when Robertson used derogatory language to insult Mackey, and in response, Mackey pulled a gun out of his waistband and shot Robertson in the chest. He fell headfirst into the building. The employee ran toward the slingshot ride and then to Celebration Suites nearby. We spoke with people staying there.
Can you imagine? You're just like, oh, let's go to Checkers. I want, a hamburger meal or whatever it is. And next thing you know, you're gone. I mean, how does that happen? It's sad. It's really sad.
You don't know if you can ever voice your opinion, because somebody's going to pull a gun.
Former Orlando Police Chief Orlando Rolone weighing in.
Obviously, this individual will have their day in court, but based on the information that we have seen so far, it'll be very, very difficult for them to defend their actions. And it's unfortunate because it could have been avoided.
He says it's important to talk to your kids about controlling their emotions and lead by example.
It takes a much bigger person to basically step away from a situation like that. Be that person. Don't allow for someone to bring you down or take you on a path that you will regret later.
Now, the Checkers was closed yesterday. It is open right now. We reached out to Checkers for comment, but haven't heard back. Reporting in Kissimmee, Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
Wow, that was a doozy, man. I ain't gonna lie.
See, I'm just not understanding this. Like, so up here in Canada, we don't have any FBAs. So I could at least forgive a glider for, getting into an argument with a son and not really understanding like the implications of that. But like Ock or Cool Cat, like I know that every single person knows that this is a dangerous situation to put yourself in.
Oh yeah.
Like every single this is in Florida, right? Like every single fucking person on the ground knows that this is like you cannot argue with sons even over a pack of fucking mayonnaise without expecting like a good probability of violence.
Yo, you can't argue with even sisters who are nurses. Like, perfect example, 2 of them got fired because they kept getting on their phone, and the ER is slammed, so they need to be going to patients. They kept getting on the phone, and I told them stuff, and they were like, "Yo, like mind your business, just go do this, whatever." Until finally, the manager, who's a black guy, he's like, "Look, I've had enough for you two. You're both fired. Get out." And then, like a week later, they filed a complaint saying that they were fired for racism. I swear to God, bro.
No, I can just tell just by your profile picture, like you're not dark enough for them to like fear you on like a primal sun man. Like someone like Ock has to tell a sun sister what to do. If you're any lighter than Ock, they just blow you off. Like it's like you don't even exist.
Yeah, they paid attention to our boss because he's a dark ass dude, tall as hell. He looks like a pretty intimidating dude. You feel me? Like,
yeah. No, sisters will like. They're not like I'm a big tall guy, right? Not the biggest motherfucker
you a
ever.
glider or like what are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm a tall glider, but like I don't think sisters are afraid of me in any way, shape, or form.
No,
like at all. Period.
Are you like 6'7"?
I'm like 6'2".
Oh,
That's
no,
pretty
tall.
I'm 6'2", like a bit over 200, but like I could beat up a sun sister easily, obviously, right? But that doesn't matter. Like they're not they don't like sense an aura about me like they would like Ock. Like they're just not intimidated whatsoever. It's like they just look at you and they're like, oh,
slow down. They're not that intimidated by me either. Like you gotta understand, like they don't just.
But you're a pretty big dude. How tall are you?
I'm 6'3", but I'm sisters in the hood. Like sisters be I I'm around sisters. I was around sisters a lot, and when sisters get mad, they will try to. You will have to restrain them, especially if you're in a relationship with them. If you're in a relationship with a sister, she always gonna want to fight. Now, just random
I
sisters,
believe that 100%.
random sisters in the street that, like, you know, you may get into something with, they'll want to fight too. Like, I mean, like, it's now, don't get me wrong, it's not like common, but like when
No,
I
but
say
they argue, like they like to argue.
that type of arguing, like not
I
physical,
see that
but
shit on the subway up
yeah.
here. Like, it's not uncommon for a fucking sister to just get into an argument with like a Patel or some Arab over some stupid shit. Like
Yeah.
they are not intimidated by men at all.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're not at all. Yeah, we don't get too much. Some men don't get too much of a break from that shit. No, I mean, I know some men that are known killers, that are known badman, like known, and that girl give them the blues, break their phone, burn their clothes. I mean, scratch their car. And these niggas are killers.
Yeah, but that's a little different because they're in like a relationship and like she's giving him sex. I'm talking about just if your standard white guy who's just a random stranger and bumps into a random stranger black woman. I'm talking every single black woman will not be afraid to like run up on every single white guy. Period.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, I don't think every sister would be jump around up on every son man. No. So they know some men will kill your ass.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Some man will sock you in your face too. She know a son man will punch a woman on camera and go to work on Monday and nobody will say shit about it. That white man sock a woman on camera. He like
no way. Yeah.
If he could, he might be like 10 years without a job.
But even if he could keep his job, like they're just genuinely not physically afraid. I don't know why,
Right.
but they're just not. I honestly think it's just DNA. Like the way white men look, we just don't look intimidating like a dark ass sun man does. So like the women just look at us and they're like, yeah, this guy's like a punk.
Well, it's also like they're Americans, right? So they know white people behave with restraint.
That's
and
true.
White people behave
Yeah.
white people think about the future. White people, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like they know all the stereotypes that black people have about white people. You know what I'm saying? So they grew up with that, so they know that white people are going to be more reasonable. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. So I mean, they didn't just fall off the moon. She knows about white people too. And she also knows that, like, as a black woman, there's always the racial card, like, right? So like she got the woman card, like, oh my god, you hit me, I'm a woman. Then there's the race card, you hit me because I'm black, or it's always, you know, they got a lot going on there, man. Black women are awful in that regard when you interact with them a lot of times.
And they're so masculine too.
Yeah.
Like they're masculine. Like they'll put up their fists like a man and like swing at you like a man. Like I've had Latinas and gliders, like they'll smack me, but I've the only girl I've had actually put her hands up and like throw hands like a man is a fucking a sister. I'm
Yeah.
dead serious, yo.
Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, with the super chat, guys. Let me see some of the shit I saved over here on this app.
No, cool cat. That what you just said, I firmly believe that's kind of like one of the reasons why there's like a racial hierarchy, why men go like Asian women, then white women, then Latino women, because there's just like a fucking
femininity.
Yeah, like there's just like this psychopathy hierarchy for women. So like men are avoiding that black woman that's trying to, like, run up on them and fight them, break their phone, all that bullshit.
Yeah. All the homeboys I have that are son, they don't date black girls at all. At
Yeah,
all.
yeah. It is, and that's probably smart, man. I mean, you got less problems because
Yeah.
you have to deal with your spouse's son family. So like you're just
Oh yeah.
dealing with a son sister. She bring all her sons and her life into your life potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
a fucking headache. That's a complete.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good point. Like, if you're dealing with a son woman, the chances of her already having children are like a fucking at least a coin flip of a chance.
Oh
For
yeah.
real.
Whereas with other, like, Asian women are almost, they're like never bringing other children into a relationship with you.
Right.
That's not happening. Same with white women, and Latinas is kind of like a mixed bag, I'd imagine.
Yeah. It's a bit. Yeah, that's true.
But Latinas stay married a lot too. Like even because they're Catholic, they have
Yeah.
no divorce rate, so they usually more likely to stay with their husband than they'll just be on the dating market. But
That's true.
but sisters come into relationship with kids, and the men she have kids with are more likely to be like guys that have been to prison, dudes that have lived the street life, dudes that committed violent crimes, um, dudes that come from a family of people that commit crimes, or come from neighborhoods where there's what I mean, like it's just
It's like it's also like if you're dating a son woman who's got like one or two baby daddies in the shadows, it's kind of like that cloud you described. Like, it's a permanent variable that's kind of just like always in the back seat that you gotta kind of think of,
yeah.
because this guy just might fucking come for her or you or both.
Or listen to this, my daughter, right? My daughter, she's at the age where she kind of makes up lies sometimes. She's just learning, about lies and truths and stuff like that, right? And she's a stool pigeon, right? My daughter's a straight up stool. Everything I do, she tells my wife, right? So like, let's just say this: you got a daughter my age, right? The woman has a daughter my age, right? That's going through that age of just lying, snitching, just all that stuff that little girls do once they start getting their voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're the boyfriend of the baby mama, right? And you stay with her and her kid, and the kid, she has that kid with a psychopath, a son man like this, or a son man like in any of the son men in any of the stories tonight, right? That's the father, right? And the daughter, now she goes over, now she gets a weekend with her dad. And the dad already don't like you, right? Because
Yeah, of course. He
mama,
wants
right?
a reason. He's
Yeah, for
looking
real.
for the reason.
And she says, "Daddy, I don't like mommy's new boyfriend." It's just talking. She might love you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
She
she's a
might
kid. They just say
fucking
random
love
shit.
you. You're just a kid talking,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And this fucker's now he's fucking looking. Now you got some psychopath son man looking to fucking kill you.
Yeah. No, that's like suicide by parrot.
And
That's
will
awful.
kill you. And will kill you. Like, will kill you. You know what I'm saying? So like it's a lot.
October 2022, Terry McMillan went into a Home Depot store and pushed 80-year-old Gary Razor to the ground as he attempted to shoplift from the garden area. Razor died in the hospital from complications of the fall weeks later. His family today describing him as a loving, caring, and forgiving man. They say he never said a bad word about the man who pushed him to the floor. McMillan is now sentenced to a maximum of nearly 10 years in prison. October 2022, Terry McMillan went into a...
He killed that fucking guy, just pushed him over and he died. But let's read the story, okay? Here's the story. Terry McMillan was sentenced to 8 to 10 years for the 2022 death of Gary Resner, 82. Resner died a month after being shoved to the ground while confronting McMillan. He suffered multiple broken bones from the fall. McMillan pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and common law robbery. The DA said Rasner's family was not seeking a life sentence. Our sincere hope and my father's would be that Mr. McMillan uses his time to rehabilitate so he can come out and be a productive citizen and re-engage with his family and be the father he wants to be. That's truly what we want, said Jeff Rasner, Gary's son.
That's unbelievable.
That's insane.
That's unbelievable. It's shit like this where like maybe I think to myself, maybe if like Hispanics do become the super majority of the country, what will that look like? Will they like start locking these Sun people up and like actually like, you know, like putting them in where they really belong in prison? Like, because
we don't like them.
No, no, nobody does.
Yeah, trust me. When I was a kid, I never understood why my parents and the neighbors would be like, in Spanish, they would be like, "Oh, great, the black people are coming. Watch out! Like, come inside, come inside." I'm like, "Why?" I swear to God, they would be like, "Come inside, come inside," and I would look and I would see a group of Sunmen, and I'm like, "Oh, I never understood." I'm like, "Why, Dad?" And they're like, "No, just come inside," and we would leave. And now I get it.
Yeah, see, like if it like that would never happen when I was a kid. Well, we didn't really have any sons, but it's just like the white guilt thing, and that's something that Hispanics don't have. So they're able to just be honest with, you know, racial stereotyping and the risks that Sun men pose.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't have that baggage. And they're also different. They got a different makeup. They're more on the Sun spectrum. Like a lot of them have like you, Cool Cat, you have African DNA, but it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like you have that in you, you know what I'm saying?
It's like Blade the Vampire Hunter.
Yeah, exactly.
you know what you're up against because it's partly you within you.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah. Oh, great.
Here's the thing. This doesn't have to be over the guy in the store assaulted her, or you know, there's some blood feud going on between her and the store owner's family, her family. This literally could be her EBT card declined.
Really?
This could be she was caught stealing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This does not have to be anything on the store side that was done. You know what I mean?
Of course, it likely is not. Like that's a classic frontal lobe thing sons seem to do. It's like I can't help but notice when they fuck up and they get caught doing something, they'll throw like a childlike tantrum to try to like get out of it somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
They just tear up a store.
Just go, man. Just come go. Can't get a pack of Newports. Hey, this is going crazy. Fuck.
Oh.
You.
And then you got a jurisdiction, right, where the cop with the police force is at a shortage, and it takes the cop a long time to get there. Or this type of call is not prioritized by the cops because there's some Sun man fucking shooting somebody around the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they take a while to get there. This bitch could literally have this place shut down for weeks while they're cleaning up and restocking and marking everything. And then here's the thing. A lot of black people will say, well, they got insurance. But
I hate that shit. Yeah.
Here's the thing about having in certain zip codes, right? There's certain zip codes where you can't get full coverage insurance. There's
Mhm.
certain zip codes where your insurance claims are more likely to be denied, and it's black zip codes.
Yeah, of course.
So like this guy's there's no guarantee. It's no guarantee at all that this stuff is going. This is not going to come out of this business's pocket, or they're going to get.
They'll sell you like a policy, and in the fine print, it'll say like this doesn't cover like Negro problems. Like they'll
Right.
like you know.
That's what my
Right.
stupid ass cousin says, yo. She be saying that when BLM was kicking off, and I told her, yo, they're destroying New York City. That shit ain't right. She was like, oh, but they're insured. I'm like, that don't fucking matter. That don't give them the right to do that.
Mm-hmm.
When you tell a son or a Hispanic, when you speak in that type of language, when you say something like, oh, they're destroying this city or this state, like
Yeah.
you just kind of give them a name of a general geographic area. They just think of it as like, oh, that's the government, that's white people shit. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
we destroy it. Like they don't
Exactly.
they couldn't possibly imagine. It's like, okay, well, even if you are destroying things that are mostly owned by white people, like you're still going to affect other groups of people, including black people.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's what she doesn't get. She thinks that, oh, the city will cover it or some shit. It's like, no, like you're my cousin and all, but I feel like smacking you sometimes. Like, nah, you got it all fucked up.
Yeah, they can't see things. They can't imagine things that aren't in their face. Things that that they just don't. If they don't see it, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
Taking on the goddamn wham, folks. Get your bag. Why you snapping, baby girl? What's wrong?
They go to India, they sex traffic, they kill kids. Some of them
Oh, now she's making up shit. She's
they
bad.
ship you all of these prices and shit. All they always do is rack up these prices and shit. And this whole convenience store, y'all get
Baby girl, look, you going to jail, baby girl? Huh? You going to jail? Once you go to jail?
I ain't going to jail. I'm getting people out of jail.
You sure?
Yeah.
Not like this. Not like this, though.
This is stupid.
Y'all judges, y'all parole officers, crooks. All of them crooks.
Where you from?
I'm from Suffolk.
Suffolk.
Y'all born and raised. Suffolk, Norfolk, the whole 757.
North
They're
Philly.
all crooks. They're all
Well, she is consistent with Philly. I mean, she is a Philly. Yeah, she's a Philly. Jeez. Let's see this one. Let's see this one. Here we go.
Oh shit.
Rack that joint.
Yo.
That dude cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, I gotta say,
real.
holy
Yo.
smokes.
Man, respect. I don't know how he does it.
Not the first time, maybe.
Yeah, true.
Just like, yeah, you blacks just kind of like to point guns at me. No, that was an A plus. That glider that is an A plus right there. I've never seen it done so well.
Yeah, that's not a kill too. He could have got himself killed.
Yeah, we need a curtain call for that glider. That was beautiful.
For real.
This right here is the story that a lot of people are talking about in Chicago. I'm glad I got to it finally. Man gets eliminated by woman's boyfriend after he asked her to buy him some weed. These people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What happened here is this guy's at a gas station, right? This is like his office, right? He's like a drug dealer. So when people come up, he'd be like, yo, got that smoke, got that smoke. I used to sell weed, man, right? So he said, got that smoke. But what happened was he said that to this girl, and he didn't see her son man in the passenger seat. So the son man sitting in the passenger seat, all he sees is someone talking to his girl. You don't know that this dude is like a drug dealer, just like, you know, when people walk by, got that smoke, got that smoke.
Yeah,
and, yeah, you know that. And he hops out and gets to argue with the guy, and then, You'll see.
Can I get a pack of Capri Ones when you make that long?
And he's staring at that ass too, though.
I'm good. 19.
Smoke. He even told the boyfriend, got that good smoke. He don't want to hear it. This dude just came home from doing 15 years for home invasion too. This is the boyfriend.
What? He just did 15?
Yeah, he just did 15.
19.
Got that good smoke. He got a gun. His name right here. And he shot him down, shot him like 8 times.
God, yo.
And then he rolled off.
Accessory right there.
Now he's going back. He's going back for another 25. And that's the thing about it. Like, that son man just came home from last couple of years from doing a stretch. Let's see what the people saying about it. This one says, going to jail over a fat bitch is crazy.
Any bitch.
It says, okay, here's the facts. Donnell L. Patton, May 14th, 2025, Chicago, USA. On May 14th, 2025, around 1:15 a.m., 41-year-old Jonathan Robinson fatally shot 40-year-old Donnell Patton multiple times at the BP gas station in the 7,400 block of South Stony Island Avenue in Grand Crossing. The shooting followed an argument reportedly sparked when Patton spoke to Robinson's girlfriend inside the convenience store, escalating outside as captured on security footage. Robinson, identified via surveillance video, fled in a white vehicle, possibly an Infiniti, but was arrested hours later at 10:39 a.m. in the 7200 block of South Cornell Avenue. He faces one count of first-degree murder, and one count of unlawful manufacture, delivery of 30 to 500 grams of cannabis, per Chicago police reports. Employees noted a woman was present during the dispute, with Patton intervening after another man approached her, leading to the fatal confrontation. Patton was pronounced dead at the scene, and Robinson is scheduled for detention hearing on May 16, 2025. So yeah, he killed that guy. One says, sorry, but white people just don't do this. Wow. He said his chick gonna be taking someone else's dick soon while he's in prison. He said, I'm gonna just say this because I don't give a fuck. If this was a white man doing this, there would be riots and outrage. But since it's a black man, all y'all do is go, wow, this fucked up. The hypocrisy level of how y'all act is very hilarious. Stop promoting and allowing black on black crime. I've had that feeling. I'm be honest with you guys, straight up transparent with you guys. Where I've been in the car waiting for my girl to come out the store or to go in the store, and there've been a bunch of sunmen hanging out at the store. And they might not see me. You know what I'm saying? They might have seen me, they might not have seen me in the car. But she gets out and goes in the store, and the sunmen, you know, they gawking and looking and whatnot. And I remember one time, Sunman, when she was coming out of the store, the Sunman kind of tried to grab my girl's hand and hold her up. I had visions of killing them, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
The only thing that stopped me from killing them is I didn't have a gun. But it's like I had that urge, that energy where I wanted to kill him because I felt
So
disrespected.
if you had a gun, you would have killed him?
No, but I would have. I would have. I would have. I would have. I would. I could have. But I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm no killer or nothing. But I could have, because I would have had the gun. But the anger I felt, I wanted to shoot all them niggas right there. I wanted to shoot everybody that was right there, because there was a couple other guys right there with. I wanted to shoot all. I just wanted to spray the whole front of the store.
Yeah, see, the sun mind, it's very good at feeding off of other sun minds and escalating the violence, because it's like, to you, you're already a sun, so naturally you're less inhibited with, you know, using a gun and shooting them. And then on the other end, they're like, they want to clown you, like they want to embarrass you, and like, and you
That's
know, just
true.
one up you, and you know, put their hands on your girl's ass or whatever. Whereas with gliders, like, yo, gliders just don't try to like fucking embarrass gliders like that. It's just not normal for us to act that way. Like a lot of the time, like I've seen gliders will like apologize to other gliders if they run up on a dude's girl and it wasn't clear that, like, you know, if the guy wasn't around, they'll be like, oh, sorry, man, I didn't know that was your girl.
Yeah, that's
So
happened to me.
it's just a totally different environment and thought process about, like, you know, how black people do mate guarding and how white people do mate guarding.
No, that happened to me. I was at a CVS pharmacy, and there was this girl alone, like in one of the aisles. So I went up to her and I started talking to her, and I'm like, "Oh, could I give you a call sometime, whatever?" And she was like, "Oh, I have a boyfriend and whatever." And as soon as she said that, her boyfriend came out the bathroom and was like, "Oh, what's up, man? Who are you?" I'm like, "Oh, I was just talking to her, but I didn't know she had a boyfriend. My bad, bro. I'ma just leave it alone." And he's like, "Nah, it's cool, bro." And we shook hands and we walked, and we went our own ways.
Yeah, a glider will like always give you the first chance to apologize and just be honest. And then you do that, he'll be like, "Yep, we're good." Like, because he's not trying to really be violent, because there's nothing he's going to get out of it.
Well, here's the thing too, like this right here was not just like getting upset. Like, he killed the guy, right? So it's like we're talking about two completely different playing fields, right? So with the glider, if this guy apologized, let's just say that guy apologized, the Sun Man still may have killed him.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because the apology is, kind of like now you're like prey. So now the chase instinct. When you're a predator, like a lot of predators, like a dog will just chase a squirrel once it starts running, or cat. Like it's like a chase instinct. So it's like you're part. Oh, my bad, dog. My bad. Yeah, I know it's your bad, you bitch ass nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's like apologizing doesn't get you out of the woods with something either.
No, yeah, there's no like real off ramp available, and we would like to hope the fact that man did 15 fucking years would, make him at least a bit hesitant. But
real.
Nope, not at all. Just absolutely no remorse. Doesn't think at all about the consequences, even though he just did 15.
Yeah,
Just
and
shoots
he
the guy in
shot.
cold blood.
Yeah, multiple times. He didn't just shoot one time.
8 times. He shot him 8 times.
Yo, that's insane. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's unforgivable. That's incredible.
Yo, and the thing is, when I apologized to the guy at the pharmacy, he took it like, "Yeah, I feel you, bro. Like, no big deal, you know." He didn't get mad at all. He was like, "Yeah, I feel you." Like, he understood because it's a girl by herself. How's anybody supposed to know?
Right, and this is in this case too. Like, this guy might not know. Like, it's not like she could have said, "My boyfriend in the car," but it's not. It's not apparent that she said that. So
Yeah.
like, it's like it's like this guy might not know, and she appears to have tents on the car, so he might not know that anybody's sitting in the
That's
passenger,
true.
and he may just be shooting his shot at a girl, and then some man comes out with a gun. He steps out of the car with the gun in his hand. But it's already on 10. She sees him getting out, and she makes no attempt to defuse it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. She makes no attempt whatsoever.
Like, nah, baby, come on, nah, it's all good.
Yeah.
He ain't know nothing. She doesn't do anything.
A glider woman actually would get in between two glider men.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
And push them apart.
Yeah,
I've seen that. Yep.
And this guy was also was caught with like a bunch of marijuana like on him, like so it's like he was for somebody that's probably on parole. He's probably definitely on parole if he just did 15 years. So he's on parole and he's running around selling drugs and carrying a gun. And this chick like doesn't think it, like, hey, nah, man, I need you out here on these streets. Don't do nothing like that. Like, leave it alone or something like that. Good smoke. Whoa. You know, he's copping the plea. You can tell he copping the plea by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So he did hesitate. The son man hesitated for like 5 seconds before pulling out the gun.
Well, the gun's in his hand as soon as he comes out the store.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
Guy smacks the gun down.
Oh, okay.
19.
And she's in the car right now.
Smacked the gun down.
Yeah, he did.
Shot him down.
Like point blank, completely like zero chance of survival.
8 times.
And then just the son lady just, hey babe, come get in the car, and then they just drive off like Bonnie and Clyde.
Mm-hmm.
She literally gave a murderer a ride, like it was no big deal. Like, okay.
I don't think she had. In that case, I don't think she's gonna like get like accessory because like
no,
she could like it happened so fast, and she can always say I was scared that he was gonna do something to me.
Yeah, no, she's good. She's good.
Yeah, she's good. She's not gonna get nothing for that.
Who knows? Maybe he threatened her and said, like, bitch, you better drive or else.
Yeah, that's what she know. And I don't think that happened, but I think she could say that. This one right here, this kid right here, what's this? Candace Prince.
Ugly ass son, man.
This is a story that's going up around right now, man. Let's see if we can. If you're enjoying the show, man, take the $5 challenge. Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, with a super chat. This story right here has been making the rounds. I haven't seen much of it, but I wanna watch it. Salute to Douglas Chunks, man. Douglas Chunks, man, off the late night, man. He says even if they have insurance coverage, they'll never be fully covered. They'll only be compensated for a percentage of their losses.
That's facts.
He's talking about the stores in the hood where it's destroyed them. Yeah, exactly. Salute to Douglas Chunks. Let's see, Cadence Prince, man.
Now at 10:30, a teen who spent most of her childhood here in Southern California has been found stabbed to death near a trailhead in Illinois. And tonight, her boyfriend is charged with her murder. Her mother describes 17-year-old Cadence Prince as beautiful and brave and says her accused killer was like family.
KTLA's Lindsay Pena spoke with Cadence's father about the tragic loss and joins us live now with more. Lindsay.
Yeah, Micah and Sandra, that father
devastated tonight. He says he still can't quite believe that his little girl is gone. And the man accused of killing her, someone he says the family trusted. These are photos of Cadence Eileen Prince, her father shared with KTLA. He describes his firstborn as a trusting and sweet young woman.
Truly nobody liked her at all. Just absolutely the kindest person who would do anything for you.
The 17-year-old California native was reportedly stabbed to death Sunday night in the parking lot of a trailhead in southern Illinois by her 18-year-old boyfriend, Julian Holloway, now in custody.
He seemed like a good kid, you know, but no, that's why we got to be careful, you know. It could happen to anybody, and you just sometimes you don't know. You don't know who you're dealing with.
John says his daughter moved to Illinois with her mother a few years ago and met Holloway at school. He says he and Cadence spoke often, and he never had any reason to believe Holloway was abusive or capable of the violence he's now accused of.
He had no way to.
Come on.
It's just like satire at this point.
For real.
But it is like you say, like gliders just like that poll we saw where the gliders are the least racist. Like every other race views themselves far above every other race, and every other race views gliders as the least. Remember that?
Yeah, it's this just incredible, naive, just outward preference for other groups of people.
And look at his beard, his shades. He
Yeah.
doesn't look like a square.
No, not at all.
Nah, he's no square. He probably a biker. He looks like a biker.
Yeah, he looks kind of like got a biker vibe to him, and he's still like.
Bro, look at this guy. Looking like a straight demon.
Yeah, he's like not even a human being. He's like literally some like subhuman species.
For real, look at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and this dude right here, he's gonna go do what? Let's say he get assistant judge, right? And let's say he gets
like 12 years.
15 to life, right?
Yeah.
15 to life, right? And he's out in 22 years. Let's say he hits the parole board 7 times, and then he gets out in 22 years, right? He'll be 40, 39, 40, right? Something like that.
He'll be good.
He'll be right at the point where he's too old. The light bulb comes on. Some men, it takes us to be about 40 to grow up. You should say 35, but 35, 40 before we actually mature. So he'll be matured. He'll be an older guy, and he will probably be less likely to commit crime, less likely to, be an antisocial, menace to society, because he'll be so old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
and he also gets to he also gets to survive this crucial time in a young man's life. That 17 to 35 age is a very deadly age for Sunmen. You know what I mean? Because of other Sunmen, right?
Yeah.
So he goes to prison, and he more likely gets to survive that. Whereas he was on the street with the Sons, it's a good chance that if he was, in that type of lifestyle, he could not have survived that. So he gets an extension on life, and he gets to come out mature. So it's actually a win for him. You know what I mean? In a way, this is a win for him.
Not only will this, hypothetical light bulb go off in his fucking primitive son brain at 40, when he comes out, he will have fallen down like the food chain because the 17-year-olds are now the biggest danger in the community. So he is going to be kind of regulated by their danger as well, because he's 40 now. He can't fucking fight 17-year-olds that are dangerous with fucking Uzis and shit.
Right. But he's also like somebody in the community, because if you did time in the black community, like having done time, there's some prestige to that. There's gravitas to that. You know what I mean?
He's going to get a party when he comes home.
Well, not necessarily a party, but he's, you know, I did some time, young brother. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like women are attracted to that. You know what I mean? Like he's going to be
Sun women, yes.
And no, fat white women too. No.
Okay, well, same difference.
A lot of white women are attracted to that. The type of white women that like black guys, definitely like those type of guys. So
none of those women are gonna think, hey, that maniac killed a 15-year-old girl. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And
like,
all she gets is dead. Like that's all she gets is dead. Like this is the type of white girl where you could tell she's a liberal. You could tell she's a super young liberal. She would have been on some college campus in a few years talking about Palestine, talking about trans rights, talking about Nazis and shit. You know, she was definitely on that path.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Like it's all like the blacks in this context. The black side like wins 100%, and the white side loses 100%. Like there's not even like an inkling of justice here.
Right, they're gonna feed this guy. This guy, let's think about it. This guy's gonna have to hold his own nuts in a place where there's a lot of assholes and sons and even white gangs and Latino gangs. Don't get me wrong. It's not gonna be a cakewalk, but the type of life he was living on the street wasn't a cakewalk either. It's not like he's going from his, corporate desk and golf on the weekends to the fucking penitentiary.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's like this alternative is as worthy as any alternative.
Exactly.
But what makes you say that she's a liberal?
What makes me say you look at her?
No, I'm just asking.
Her phenotype, her not a phenotype, but her like
she's a fucking 17-year-old white girl. It's statistically probable.
Hippies, look at her.
Yeah,
she's like a hippie. She's like I don't know any conservative hippies. You know what I'm saying? I don't know any conservative hippies.
And she's dating that fucking like monkey. So isn't that like kind of clue enough that she's,
she loves cats. Like, I mean, listen, this guy, I guarantee you too, because the dark heart of the Sun Man, there was no reason. This girl was probably sweet as pumpkin pie. This probably wasn't like a belligerent girl that's, fighting, giving you a lot of problems. This girl was probably too sweet. You know what I mean?
So I'm guessing, yeah, like what you're saying I think is correct. And then I'm guessing she found out like how deep it is to be with a Sun Man and how dangerous it is, and then she wanted out of it. But
yeah,
you can't get out of it with it. Like you got to pay for that. It's like a gang, right? Like blood in, blood out. So she paid with her life trying to get out of this.
She probably told them like, I want to break up. This isn't working out. And then that's why he stabbed her so many times. He wanted her to suffer.
How many times did he stab her?
Like a bunch of times. I think like 15.
Jesus Christ. And most of those are probably in the back because she probably was in the fetal position.
Yeah,
she doesn't look like a fighter. She doesn't look like she fights you with a knife in your hand.
Not at all.
Not at all, no.
So he just hacking her to death.
Just look at him and look at her. It's such a mismatch. Like it's genuinely like frightening. That
for real.
It's like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense.
And here's the thing too, like the dad knew she was dating that guy.
I know, right?
Yeah, this dad's like pathetic. He's like literally disgusting.
What type of dad would
And as
if
a
I had
dad
a
with a daughter, I know one day my daughter's gonna want to date some son man like that. So I
mhm.
know, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna try to judge. I don't want to be judgmental because I know that's coming down the pike that my daughter's want to date a son man. Um, but
What are you
this,
gonna do, Wak? Like if
if
she
she
brings
bring that
home,
home,
God forbid, but if she does, like,
if she brings that home,
uh,
it's delicate because you don't want to say no to that because that's gonna make her want that even more.
true.
So it's just like I just gotta like drop nuggets in her brain like for the next fucking 10 years to like just you know what I'm saying subtly like dissuade her from trying to bring that home.
But like, what if like he knocks on the door and says, "Oh, I'm here to pick up uh,
Yeah, my daughter.
Keisha."
Oh God, my
What?
if yeah, man. I don't. I'd be like, ah, man. I'd be like, dude. I'd be like, what? You here to pick up who? Like, nah, man. She ain't. She ain't going out tonight, man. But what's up, man? Let me holler at you for a second. What's your name, man? How you doing? Where you from? Where your family from? I want to know as much about the nigga because here's the thing. One thing about black people I've noticed throughout the years,
Okay.
if they think no one cares about you, they're more likely to do you bad. If
Oh,
they
really?
think that there's people out there that care about you, it doesn't not gonna stop them necessarily, but it'll pause them to like they're less likely. Let me just put it, not pause. They're less likely to do you bad if they know people care about you. Like in this case, the dad was probably so super cool on some liberal shit that the son may have interpreted that internally as like she don't have nobody that care about her. Remember, he was like family. Remember, they said he was like family, so they took
Yeah.
him in so gracious, like you know what I'm saying. They're like, oh shit, they. Whereas if they would have been kind of like not standoffish, but just like, yo, you got to earn this, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The
I've
son
had
man
that.
might have his internal predatory instinct might have said, "Oh, these people, she has people who care about her. If I hurt her, there may be consequences." Whereas, like the Sun Man, it's just weird with Sun Men. Like, like a lot of Sun Men, like right, if they find out that you know certain people or you from a certain neighborhood, and like, oh shit, like I can't do nothing to this guy. He from MLK Avenue. Them niggas crazy. Or oh shit, he know Traviante who killed a bunch of niggas over there. Oh shit, you know what I mean? Like some men once they find out that there might be somebody else that cares about you, or oh shit, her dad a cop. Oh damn, his mother and them they got money. You know what I'm saying? Like some men, they kind of everything is on a predatory level with them. So it's like this girl right here, she seems like she was too much of a lamb. Her dad's soft as hell. She's like, a fucking hippie. And a family totally embraced him. It was kind of like it tried just turned on his predatory.
Spent most of her childhood here in Southern California, has been found stabbed to death near a trailhead in Illinois, and tonight her boyfriend is charged with her murder. Her mother describes 17-year-old Cadence Prince as beautiful and brave and says her accused killer was like family.
KTLA's Lindsay Pena spoke with Cadence's father about the tragic loss and joins us live now with more. Lindsay.
Yeah, Micah and Sandra, that father devastated tonight. He says he still can't quite believe that his little girl is gone. And the man accused of killing her, someone he says the family trusted. These are photos of Cadence Eileen Prince, her father shared with KTLA. He describes his firstborn as a trusting and sweet young woman.
Truly nobody liked her at all. Just absolutely the kindest person who would do anything for you.
The 17-year-old California native was reportedly stabbed to death Sunday night in the parking lot of a trailhead in southern Illinois by her 18-year-old boyfriend, Julian Holloway, now in custody.
He seemed like a good kid, you know, but no, that's why we got to be careful, you know. It could happen to anybody, and you just sometimes you don't know. You don't know who you're dealing with.
John says his daughter moved to Illinois with her mother a few years ago and met Holloway at school. He says he and Caden spoke often, and he never had any reason to believe Holloway was abusive or capable of the violence he's now accused of.
None of his actions when I met him would suggest any of that, that he was capable of any of that. I mean, they were both very silly together, and he was very respectful. I only ever met him one time.
So far, no motive has been released, but John says detectives are now searching the teens' phones for clues.
They're trying to go through their phones. They just asked me and the mother for if they could use her fingerprint. Trying to get into her phone to see if they can find out what's going on.
KTLA obtained this video posted to what appears to be the suspect's Snapchat on Sunday.
Goodbye, guys.
With his daughter's alleged killer now behind bars, John says he can only hope that's where he stays. If given the chance to talk to him, he says he would simply ask why.
She loved you. She trusted you. And you betrayed that trust. Took her away.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just genuinely mind-boggling. It's quite unbelievable. There needs to be like a term like to describe the unique situation, because of that little redhead girl was just some fucking Boone Shikwa, right? Breaks up with her son, man. He's not anywhere nearly as likely to fucking stab her a million times, right? Like, but this white girl is seen as like a prize to him, right? So like if he loses this one redhead, he might not ever get another redhead in his life. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think that really plays like an important role here. So like, hey, if I can't have you, like I'm killing your ass.
I think it's more of the predatory instinct, because that some man most certainly could get another redhead. I mean, like he's in these towns, like it's my town, these dudes are just like these little pretty little white girls are just all over. Like, I mean, it's no problem for a son man, right? It's not. It's like a novelty. Like the white girls like almost only date son men. There's no way a white guy can compete with a son man at that age. At 17, the swag, the coolness, the bravado, everything that speaks to a woman's soul, all the cave woman instincts are exhibited by the sons, not the gliders. Glider kids are, preparing for their futures and playing lacrosse and shit. And son man's like fucking in a gang and shit. And he's fucking, telling her how beautiful she is and what he likes about her. The white guys liked her since fucking second grade and hasn't fucking said a word to her yet. You know what I'm saying? Like some man's walked up on her and shit. Yo, what's up, man? Pretty. True. I like you, man. That's and true. She may turn him down 10 times. And that son man's gonna try it 11th time. I'm telling you, man, these little towns where the black people just start coming to, the white girls date the son man. It's not hard for the son.
You're saying in towns, like, because
this is what town? They're in the suburb of Chicago. They're not
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I find in cities, like,
yeah, it's different in cities. It is different in cities.
Like women are fucking racist against, like, they don't like son men in cities. Like they're fucking racist.
Oh, cities are different because, especially if you're talking about coastal cities, you're talking about liberal white women who will date a certain class of son men. But
right.
I'm talking about in the high schools are segregated in the liberal cities. all the white kids go to private school and all the black kids go to public school. But in these little towns outside of these major cities, the white kids still go to the public school.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're
Their
saying.
parents don't have enough money to send them to private school. Their parents don't have the
Yeah.
jobs that the city people have. Their
Yeah, and
parents
the
King of the Hill
parents.
characters. The parents are King of the Hill characters.
Yeah, they're not like as unfortunately probably as involved in their children's lives, and probably like below the average glider IQ, and yeah, like there's an economic stratification element to this
Yeah,
type
you
of
can't
thing.
separate. In DC, the public schools are 90%, 99, well, 98% black. If you go to like just outside of a few counties over into Virginia, like past like the buffer counties, those public schools are like 20% Asian, 30% white, 30% black, and like 10% other. You know what I mean? But in DC, they're 99% black. In fucking, you know what I'm saying, Baltimore, they're 99% black.
Wait,
In
wait, wait,
New York,
wait.
90.
99?
In DC, and public schools are 99% black.
Are you serious?
Especially when you get to high school. Because ever since gentrification, there's a couple of elementary schools. I think I might have done videos on it where the white people had one elementary school that they had, and then the city wanted to merge it with a neighboring elementary school because the white elementary school was doing so well academically that they attributed it how well it was doing to like funding and
Yeah, resources.
and they wanted to merge it with the all black elementary school, and the white people like, hell no, they were mad as shit, right? I think I did that video like last year. You might remember.
Yeah, I remember that one too now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
other than rare schools like that in DC, where you have it's just a blip. The average run of the mill public school in DC, if you find a white teacher, you know what I'm saying, you're lucky. You're really lucky to find a white teacher.
Yo, now that you mentioned schools, when I went to high school, the first 3 years, it was only like 10%, 15% black. Everybody else was Hispanic, white, or Asian, or other, whatever.
You're in New York, right?
No, I'm in Miami.
Okay, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Miami, certain cities is different. I'm just talking about the coastal cities. I'm talking about the coastal cities like your LA, your you know what I'm saying? I mean your Baltimore, your DC, your New York, where it's like in New York it's gonna be 99% Latino and black, right? The public schools, right?
Yeah, it's mostly Latino
But
and
it's no whites. There's no whites in the New York City public school system, right?
no, there was.
But I'm not talking about the good schools. I'm not talking about those the schools you test into. I'm talking about just the regular public schools. The regular
No.
public schools. You talking about the ones that you get that got that pass the test to get into? Those ones, yeah, there's white kids in those. Yeah, but just go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, check me out. When we in senior year, they started letting in all these black kids from the you know like the like the damn what's it called, the bad schools, the bad high schools where
Right.
they're like there's a name for them.
Underperforming schools.
Yeah, what was the name again?
Underperforming.
Yeah, underperforming schools, they were all black. And then our high school went to like 30-40% black. Yo, that school went from the first 3 years where it was 10% black and mostly Hispanic and white, a public school, no fights, maybe once in a while a fight, but like nothing crazy. To senior year, there was a fight every time, food fights, like the fucking sunmen disrespecting the teachers. I mean, and it was all because fucking Obama started saying that, oh, well, if we're
Just
keeping
saying the
black
black
kids,
kids is racist, yeah.
yeah, keeping the black kids out of the good schools is racist. It's like, no, they're not in the good schools because one, they don't have
It
the
won't be a
grades.
good school anymore when you get. The only reason it's a good school is because they're not there.
Yeah, and because first they don't know how to, they don't get the good grades. Two, they don't know how to behave. Everybody else would respect the teachers. Like you might argue with a teacher, but we would always have that respect level. Like, okay, whatever,
Yeah,
we
it's
disagree,
red
but
lines. There's lines you don't cross. There's cut cards.
yeah, yeah,
That's
we
what they used to
respect
say
it.
in DC. They used to say you don't got no cut cards, and it's like yeah, some men don't have no cut cards, and
Yeah,
and it's. Listen, I was disruptive in class, very disruptive in class. I was disrespectful to teachers. I was the same. I was that way. So it's like I'm not trying to like other myself than sons. I hope nobody thinks that I'm like up here trying to like talk down on son. I did a lot of son behavior, a lot of son shit. I did it. I actually did it. Looking back on it, it horrifies me, and I'm horrified. I almost think it was another person that it couldn't have been me, but I did those things. I was very, very disruptive in class. I'm talking about very. I made fun of kids that were smart. I I prevented other kids from learning. I distracted kids. I you know what I mean. I made teachers' lives hard. Made their job hard.
yeah,
I did those things in class. So it's like, and the thing is, that was typical son behavior.
yeah.
It was not like felt like I was doing something out of the norm. I felt like I was just a regular kid. That was just like being regular. There were other kids in the school that would walk the halls. They would walk the halls all day
Hmm.
and get chased by the security guard and chased by the
Yep.
custodian.
And it
On
was always sunmen.
Yes, the halls, it was other kids that was getting suspended all the time. I never got suspended. I'd never been suspended. Not one time. Um, even when I fought, I didn't get suspended for it.
What?
No, because the fights I was in, it was just like they would either be like, because every fight they don't find out about, and every fight, some
True.
fights the teachers just break it up, and you know what I mean. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like I was in fights too. I was in fights. I didn't get never got suspended. Um I was I wouldn't say I was a bad kid. I would say I was a decent kid, you know what I'm saying? But everything is relative. Everything is relative. I would probably be considered a terrible kid in another society, another racial group or something. You know what I'm saying? But where
Yeah.
I was from, I was a decent kid. I'm not gonna sit and act like I was no fucking hoodlum. I didn't get into a lot of the crime until like after junior high school. That's when I got into the crime up until like maybe 27. That era of my life is when I committed most of my hardcore crimes. Before that was just stealing. I was just a kleptomaniac. So it was like that. But as far as like robberies, um, riding in stolen cars, assaulting people, um, just doing different things like that, that would have been um, later on in my life. Um,
But I'm telling you, Obama fucked it up because he started bringing in all these sons who could barely read, who didn't know how to behave, and fucked up the school for everybody. Like, I'm
yeah,
telling you, Obama fucked it up for everybody.
my school was a social setting. My school was a straight up social setting. It was nothing learned about. Shout out to Savards, man. It was nothing learning about it. It was a baby. It was a daycare. It was a social setting. It was a lot of different things, man. It was. You know how many times I watched Come Fly with Me and Ferris Bueller while I was at school. They would put us in a room and they would just have us in the room. Because when I was in junior high, they had furloughs, right? So they furloughed a lot of teachers, right? So we would go to school, and since the teachers was furloughed, they would have to find stuff with us to do. So they would put us in rooms, classrooms, or the auditorium, and a TV and some movies. And in those days, it wasn't like now with Netflix, where you got every movie available. We would just have it was like a couple of VHS cassettes, and we would watch them over and over and over again every day. Ferris Bueller, Come Fly with Me. I'm trying to think of some other ones, man. 80s movies. But yeah, typical movies like that, and we watched them over again in school. And then lunch would come, we go to lunch, recess, da 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 da, and we come back, and then they put us in another room. We just be in there, and there might be a teacher in there trying to corral us, trying to get us to do stuff, and trying to get us to not just tear up the classroom and everything. And we, what I'm saying, and it was just like, and then when graduation came along, they graduated everybody. Everybody graduated.
Everybody?
Yeah, they didn't, because it was like they just push you along. Think about it. Think about it now. Think about it. If they hold you back, right? Some of these kids already stayed back before, right?
Yeah,
So
I saw that a lot.
they'd already been held back before. And now, like, the kid's like 16 and he's in he's in the ninth grade because it was junior high school. Well, he's 17 and he's in ninth grade. Okay, and he's qualified to stay back again, right?
Yeah.
Now you got a fucking 18-year-old in a school with 13-year-olds.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So they just push you along. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I saw that.
everybody pretty much in my class graduated. And probably if we would have went to a white school, none of us would have graduated. A couple girls, now I would say about half of the girls would have graduated and none of the guys would have graduated.
Yeah, yo, that is it's so true. I saw so many times like freaking what you just said, a fucking 17-year-old kid in the 10th grade.
Yeah, you gotta let them go on because you got to make room for the next class that's coming in.
And he's an adult with a bunch of kids around, like he's way bigger than everybody. He's a fucking adult, but like
Yeah.
and here we are like 15 and shit.
Like
13.
White kids, they talk about how dangerous white kids were school shooters and everything. I went to school with a bunch of kids that shot people. I went to school with a bunch of kids that shot people, not only when we were in school, but when as I followed them throughout their lives, or heard about what they were doing throughout their lives after we left school. Those guys were a lot of those guys went to prison for homicides. I can name like 10 guys from junior high school that went to prison for homicides.
Really, that many?
Yeah, DC. It's school. Listen, there was one school that lost 9 students to gun violence in 1 year. The school in DC called Ballou. They lost 9 of their students got murdered in 1 year. It was
That's
like
incredible.
2003.
For real.
Yeah.
That's like more than like a white town in like a decade.
Yeah.
Yo, that's scary.
We're talking about Washington, D.C.
So wait, so people would show up to school? Because I'd be afraid to show up to school if it's like that.
You don't think about it's just school. It's just your school you go to.
Yeah, it's all relative. Like it's just like
Yeah.
a gymnasium or like a zoo. Like you it's like a hangout spot more than anything.
It's the school you go to. Listen, your parents say, go to school. And if you don't go to school, they get a letter or a call from the teacher saying you ain't go to school, so you go to school.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Black people go to dangerous fucking clubs. Like they go to dangerous places all the time. That's
Yeah,
just normal.
exactly.
They don't fucking think about that shit.
Exactly. You go to dangerous places all the time. The rec center is dangerous. The rec center
Yes,
in your community
yes.
is dangerous.
I noticed this too when I started meeting sons in middle school. Dude, these guys, they're such fuckers, man. Like they will just take over a basketball court and like fight over the most stupidest things, like a foul ball or something. Like it's incredible, like what they are willing to fight over.
I saw that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, whenever you like you said, the sons are constantly going to dangerous places. So yeah, and also the thing about school too is like, let's be honest, man. Like even the bad kids are going to school. Like they may get suspended or something, or they maybe go to juvie or something. But if they're not in juvenile hall, like most kids are in school. There's some kids that drop out, but that's the dropout rate is still like not as high as you think it is. Like most kids are in school.
Yeah, well, because whites have made it effectively impossible to fail blacks, no matter what.
Right.
Even
Exactly.
if they don't show up, like they will pass those kids because they just have to.
Exactly. You see them dancing at graduation and shit.
Yeah, of course.
You think those kids are fucking? Those are just because they're in a cap and gown doesn't mean that that's not the kid that shot up the party last week. He just, he's, you know what I'm saying?
He said.
The thing, so like I've said this a bunch of times now. So we don't really have guns up here, right? However, what I have to point out with the Suns is that they will fucking sexually assault like all of the girls that were the early developers in middle school and high school. Like it is incredible. Just like,
you mean like rape them when you say sexual assault? You mean
no,
rape
I mean just like touch them, grope their ass and their breasts.
Oh yeah, we didn't consider that. Listen, we didn't consider. I told you this. I don't know anybody. I've been trying to find somebody from DC that remembers this Freaky Friday back in the 80s. I don't know when it started, but I know when I was in first grade, we had something called Freaky Friday. And it started in first grade. That was at Jesse LaSalle. We was literally every Friday during recess, we would go around and feel on the girls' butts, and they would run, and we would chase them, and we get to feel on their butts. And then once recess was over, like Freaky Friday, I guess was kind of like over, but it was like every Friday at recess, and we were like, and I remember just like the feeling I would get from touching the girl's butt. And like I didn't even have hair on my dick. Had never busted a nut. I didn't have like, you know what I'm saying? My shit was still like in my stomach type shit, you know what I'm saying? But I love feeling on girls' butts. And I couldn't wait for Freaky Friday, man. And not even because none of the other boys. Freaky Friday was the best thing, man. That was first grade.
But the teachers never like told you nothing like
they
like,
can't.
yo, what the fuck you doing? Or
it's like at that age, both the girls and the teachers like understand that you're just kind of not allowed to you're not allowed to report these son men because it's racist basically. So I can't remember like how many times I saw like especially the white and the Asian girls that they were like a particular attractant to these son men. And yeah, like if you're just some like remember, you're just a little white girl, right? Just like all the other ones. You just so happen to develop 6 months earlier than the rest, right?
Yeah.
So you have these sun beasts like on you, and you're so young, you can't advocate for yourself. And if you do, you'll be called racist. So it's just like, it just kind of goes unpunished. There's not really much that can be done about it.
Called racist for real?
Well, I mean, yeah, think about it. Like they understand, have been taught all of the narratives up until that point in their life. So they're without a doubt hesitant to report sexual, behavior that is being done to them by sunmen.
I could imagine that. Yeah, if you're the product of this era, especially, like, think about it. You're a product of the post Trayvon era, right? Like, you're literally like a bleeding heart liberal, and you grew up, or let's say you grew up during Obama's presidency. Yeah, you're not anything calling the police on a son, man. Remember they tried to say that was
Yeah.
it was like a big movement, like if you call the police, white people call the police on a son, man, it could be, you could be prosecuted for calling the
Yo,
police on a son.
now that you say that, they would have posters that would say, that would show a black guy breaking into a car and a white guy watching, and there would be a question: should I call the cops on a black guy breaking into a car? And I'm thinking, what the fuck? Of course you should. He's breaking into a fucking car. Are you serious? Like,
Yeah.
I
but
mean, think about it from a young girl's mind. She's got fucking pink hair, and she's just like a stupid bitch with a free Palestine flag.
Right.
If
yeah,
a
oh
sun
god,
man sticks his hands, down her crotch or her shirt, is he going to kill her in that moment? No. So she can just kind of, take it on the chin and keep it moving, right? Like, she's not going to die. She'll survive. And so that kind of thinking just kind of puts her in a position where
And she's not the one calling the police on the black guy in front of everybody.
exactly, and that's automatically what matters to
oh,
like her worldview and to what she thinks is acceptable.
She's not the one, hey, cop, come get this black guy.
Yeah, basically.
Who wants to be that person in the bunch of people that are fucking walking around with kafirs on and shit?
Yeah, you can't really call the police on black people and free Palestine at the same time, can you?
Right. You can't. Yeah, right. You can't be for trans rights. You can't be for trans rights and call the police on a black guy. You know what I mean? It's all what the intersectionality movement really fucked those liberals up. Really put them in the hard. That helps Sunmen out though. It's intersectionality, man.
nah,
But
but in Miami they don't play that because there was this dude who kept saying, he was yelling at like a McDonald's employee, "It's ma'am, and I want a Big Mac," and the employee kept saying, "Sir," but he kept saying it by accident, and she's like, "No, it's ma'am, whatever," and then there was a cop behind the guy, the man, and the fucking cop was like, "Hey, you need to calm down, stop all that yelling," and he turned around and he's like, "Don't you talk to a lady like that," and smacked the cop, and that cop body slammed the fuck out of him. Like,
yeah, I mean, still like, uh,
that shit was
yeah.
hilarious.
Anyway, man, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We did 5 hours today.
Yeah, great
We did
show.
5 hours, man. Any
And
final thoughts, man?
This is a fucking marathon, but salute to the nation.
Yeah, much love, much respect. Thank you, Rock, for the show. It's a great show, man. Keep up the good work.
Same black time, same black channel. Out of here. Subscribe.